Hello everyone, good afternoon. Am I audible and visible? Somebody please ping me so that I can begin with today's short marathon session of approximately 3.5 to 4 hours on medieval Indian history. Just hold on for a second, guys. Just a second. One minute. Okay. Yes, Siddharaji, thank you. Hi, Janvi. So, am I audible and visible? Yes. Good afternoon, Siddharaj. So, guys, like today we are going to throw light on specifically medieval Indian history. So, session would be approximately 3 to 4 hours session. So, it's a request to all of you, please have a pen and paper along with you so that you guys can note down the important points. Is that clear to all of you? I have already taken ancient Indian history marathon session, and that is majorly for the beginners. Now, before I begin with today's session, let me inform you one important thing, and that is this session is majorly for the beginners, wherein we are going to throw light on vivid aspects of medieval Indian history. And majorly we are going to discuss about the Delhi Sultanate, the 5 important dynasties of Delhi Sultanate, followed by the Mughal Empire. Then we'll throw light on the Marathas. Is that clear? So this is majorly for the beginners, those who are initiating their preparation. Already as a part of YouTube, I have covered in quite depth and detail the entire medieval Indian history. So are you guys ready for this? Okay. So without wasting any more time, let's begin our today's important session on medieval Indian history. Now, let's begin with Delhi Sultanate. And before starting with Delhi Sultanate, let me throw light on few important aspects. If you want to note it down, please note it down. As I've told you in the start itself, please have a pen and paper along with you so that you guys can note down the important points. Because here we are going to throw light on vivid aspects in depth and detail. Is that clear to all of you? Okay. Please note down along with me. Prophet Muhammad, Abu Bakr, Umar, Usman, Ali, Hassan, and Hussein. Umayyad dynasty, wherein first comes Muawiyah and then comes Yazid. Okay, please note it down along with me so that the points will become crystal clear to all of you. Okay, for Prophet Muhammad, Abu Bakr, Umar, Usman, Ali, Umayyad, Muawiyah, Yazid, Hassan, Hussein. Okay, and here Aus and Khazraj. Aus and Khazraj. Now, before I begin, let me ask you a very simple question. Who was the first Islamic invader of India? Yes. Was it Mahmud of Ghazni, Muhammad Ghori, or Muhammad bin Qasim? And what was his purpose to attack India? Yes, fast. Who was the first Islamic invader of India? Please answer in the comment section. Yes, it was Muhammad bin Qasim. Now, before we understand who was Muhammad bin Qasim, who was the first Islamic invader of India, let's understand basically what is the meaning of the word caliph. Okay, what is the meaning of the terminology caliph? Apart from this, who was Prophet Muhammad? Then who was Ali? Then how did the different dynasties come to India? So we'll throw light on these important aspects. Okay, yes, Udarsh, good afternoon. Now, the birth of Islam took place with the birth of Prophet Muhammad. And Prophet Muhammad was born at a place called as Makkah, which is located in Saudi Arabia. Okay, which is located in Saudi Arabia. Now, the name of Prophet Muhammad's father was Abu Talib and his mother's name was Amina. Now, before his birth, his father Abu Talib, the name of the Prophet Muhammad's, okay, I'll repeat the point again. Prophet Muhammad, he was born at a place called as Makkah. His father's name was Abdullah and his mother's name was Amina. I'm really sorry for this. His father's name was Abdullah and his mother's name was Amina. And precisely speaking, before his birth, his father passed away and he was being raised up by his mother Amina. When he was 6 years of age, his mother Amina also passed away. And after some time, he was being raised away by his uncle whose name was Abu Talib. Now, Abu Talib also had one more son whose name was Ali. Please do not get confused. I'll repeat the points again. Prophet Muhammad, he was born at a place called as Makkah, located in Saudi Arabia. His father's name was Abdullah, mother's name was Amina. Now, before his birth, his father Abdullah passed away, and 6 years after his birth, his mother Amina passed away. Now, Muhammad Sahab, here, like specifically speaking, had an uncle whose name was Abu Talib. And Abu Talib had one son whose name was Ali. Very simple words, Muhammad Sahab and Ali both are cousins. Okay, both of them are cousins. Moving ahead. Now, Abu Talib did not have that much amount of money that he could sponsor their education. So, Muhammad Sahab, he was being raised as a shepherd. Around the age of 25 and 26, around the age of 25 to 26, he was married to a very rich widow whose name was Khadija Begum. And approximately around the age of 41 years, he realized that he is Nabi and Rasul. Please focus on terminologies. UPSC usually has a tendency to ask questions on terminology. Okay. So around the age of 41, he realized that he is Nabi and Rasul. Nabi means the perfect man. Rasul means the messenger. He has been sent by Allah to spread the message. Hence, specifically, he is referred as messenger, Rasul. In fact, in the ayats of Quran, it is mentioned that La ilaha illallah and Muhammadur Rasul. Allah is one and his messenger is also one, that is Prophet Muhammad Sahab. Okay. So, specifically speaking, what happened? Like he's referred as Nabi and Rasul. That is, Nabi means the perfect man, Rasul means the messenger. Please keep on noting down the terminologies along with me. Okay. Now, his teachings became quite famous in the region of Makkah and he was completely opposed to idol worship. Like idol worship is completely banned in Islam. So, there were many people who started opposing him. And for that reason, he had to migrate from Makkah to Medina, which at that time was referred as Yathrib. So, Medina was referred as Yathrib at that time. Okay. So, apart from his followers, there were many people who were opposed to his teachings. And he was forced to migrate from Makkah to Medina, Makkah to Yathrib. Okay, this was one of the reasons. But as per few Islamic scholars, like in the region of Yathrib, there were many tribes. But the two tribes were quite dominant. One was the Aus tribe and the second one was Khazraj tribe. And there were continuous skirmishes between these two tribes. And to resolve the dispute between these two tribes, the leaders of the Aus and Khazraj tribe had invited Prophet Muhammad to Medina. And for that reason, Prophet Muhammad or Muhammad Sahab, he migrated from Makkah to Medina. And that process in the history of Islam is referred as Hijrat or Hajj. Okay, so please remember these terminologies. Hijrat or Hajj. Clear? Now, moving ahead. Just hold on. Voice is clear, yes. Okay, so that process in the history of Islam is referred as Hijrat or Hajj. Now, after some time, Prophet Muhammad, he passed away and he was being succeeded by Abu Bakr. Now, please understand this concept. Now, after the death of Prophet Muhammad, there were dissenting opinion among the people. Some of them believed that Prophet Muhammad should be succeeded by specifically a person who belongs to his family. On the other hand, some of them had a belief that Prophet Muhammad should be succeeded by a person who is chosen by consensus. Okay? So those who believe that Prophet Muhammad should be chosen by a person, so Prophet Muhammad should be chosen as a successor, like specifically by the consensus, these people are referred as Sunni. On the other hand, those who believe that Prophet Muhammad should be succeeded by a person who belongs to his family, they are referred as Shia. Clear? So Prophet Muhammad was succeeded by whom? He was succeeded by Abu Bakr. Abu Bakr was succeeded by Umar. Umar was succeeded by Usman. And finally, Ali became the next successor of Prophet Muhammad. Okay? So, very simple words, the follower of Ali are referred as Shia. On the other hand, rest are Sunni. And all of them are referred as what? All of them are referred as Rashidun or Caliph. So Caliph was the religious head of the Muslims across the world. Yes, Rishiji, very good afternoon. I'll repeat. After Prophet Muhammad, Abu Bakr, after Abu Bakr, Umar, after Umar, Usman. Okay, after Usman comes Ali. Clear? The followers of Abu Bakr, Umar and Usman are referred as Sunni. And the followers of Ali are referred as Shia. Now, the position of Caliph, it was so strong that there were different dynasties who had an eye over the position of Caliph. Different dynasties. And one such dynasty was Umayyad dynasty. Please listen to me carefully. Okay? One such dynasty was Umayyad dynasty. And Umayyad dynasty had a governor whose name was Muwayya. Okay? So what did he do? He killed Ali. And after killing Ali, he declared himself as the next caliph. Okay? Yes, Soumya ji, good afternoon. So after killing Ali, he declared himself as the next caliph. Who? This person, Muwayya. Now, Ali had two sons, Hassan and Hussein. So the people in the region of Makkah and Medina, they had a belief that either Hassan or Hussein should become the next caliph. Okay? Because they are the sons of Ali. But on one hand, Hassan said that there is so much of mudsledging in the name of religion, I don't want to become the next caliph. But Hussein said that, yes, I want to become the caliph. Okay? So after some time, Muwayya also died. And Muwayya was succeeded by Yazid as the next caliph. And Yazid was a son of Muwayya. I can understand, friends, there are many characters. But if you listen to the story in a systematic manner, you will easily understand the points. Okay, don't worry, I'll be repeating the points in the end so that the aspirants, those who have joined late, can easily correlate the different aspects. Clear? I'll repeat the points again. Pay attention carefully. The birth of Islam took place with birth of Prophet Muhammad. He was born at a place called as Makkah. Father's name was Abdullah. Mother's name was Amina. He was being raised up by his uncle whose name was Abu Talib. And Abu Talib had one more son whose name was Ali. So Prophet Muhammad or Muhammad Sahib and Ali both are cousin brothers. Okay. Now, around the age of 25, he was married to a rich widow whose name was Khadija Begum. Okay. And around the age of 41, he realized that his purpose on coming earth is very different. He considered himself as Nabi and Rasul. Rasul means messenger. Nabi means perfect man. Why perfect man? Because he has been chosen by the Allah to spread the message. Now, his teachings became quite famous in the region of Makkah. Okay, and he was completely opposed to idol worship. Apart from his followers, there were many people who were opposed to his teachings. So he was forced to migrate from Makkah to Medina. And Medina at that time was referred as Yathrib. So this was one of the reasons. On the other hand, few Islamic scholars do believe that, there were two important tribes in the region of Medina, Aus and Khazraj tribe. Okay, and there were disputes between these two tribes, and to resolve these disputes, the leaders of these two tribes had invited Prophet Muhammad to Medina. Hence, he migrated from Makkah to Medina. Okay, now, after the death of Prophet Muhammad, there was a question in front of everyone: whom should be chosen as the next successor? So some of them had a belief that Prophet Muhammad should be succeeded by a person who belongs to his bloodline. Such people are referred as Shia. On the other hand, few of them believe that Prophet Muhammad should be succeeded precisely by a person who is chosen by consensus, they are referred as Sunni. So Prophet Muhammad was succeeded by Abu Bakr, followed by Umar, Usman and Ali. Very simple words. Ali, who was a cousin of Prophet Muhammad, his followers are referred as Shia. Rest are Sunni. And collectively they are referred as Rashidun. Rashidun means caliph. Okay? I'll be telling you interesting facts now. Now, the position of caliph, with the passage of time, it became so powerful that people started considering caliph as one of the religious head. And there were different dynasties who were having an eye over the position of caliph. One such dynasty was Umayyad dynasty. And the governor of Umayyad dynasty, Muwayya, he killed Ali and declared himself as the next caliph. Okay? After some time, Muwayya also passed away. And Muwayya had a son named as Yazid. He became the next caliph. Okay? Now, Ali had two sons, Hassan and Hussein. Okay, Hassan and Hussein were the two sons of Ali. So Hassan said that there's so much of mudsledging in the name of religion, I don't want to be the next caliph. But Hussein said that, yes, I want to be the next caliph. So who is sitting on the position of caliph? It is Yazid. Who aspires to become the caliph? It is Hussein. So the war between Yazid and Hussein, it becomes inevitable. It becomes unavoidable. And the Battle of Karbala, it was fought in 680 AD between the army of Yazid and Hussein. Hussein had a very small army. As per many historians, as per many Islamic scholars, it is believed that the army of Hussein was being tortured in the scorching heat of summer. Karbala is located near Iraq. In the scorching heat of summer. And finally, on the 10th day, Hussein, he succumbed to death. And to commemorate this, like there is Muharram being dedicated for this. Muharram means mourning, and the slogans are being shouted, Ya Ali, Ya Hussein. Now, the question that crops up in the mind of every aspirant, what is the crux of the entire story? Was it necessary to remember the entire story? Yes. Why? Because in the coming years, from Umayyad dynasty, there would be a governor. Okay? Specifically, there would be a governor, and that governor has a cousin whose name was Qasim bin Yusuf. And Qasim bin Yusuf had a son whose name was Muhammad bin Qasim. So Muhammad bin Qasim, he belonged to Umayyad dynasty. Okay. Now, many historians do believe that Muhammad bin Qasim was the first Islamic invader of India. Now, what was the reason that Muhammad bin Qasim had attacked India? Or why he had attacked the region of Sindh, which is presently as a part of Pakistan. Initially, it was a part of India. So what was the reason that Muhammad bin Qasim had attacked India? A very simple example, the ruler of Ceylon. Ceylon means Sri Lanka. He had dispatched certain gifts for whom? Certain gifts for the caliph. And around the region of Arabian Sea, the entire ship was being looted by the pirates. So what happened? Al-Hajjaj, who was the viceroy of Umayyad dynasty, he had asked this person, Dahir. Dahir, he was a Hindu dynasty ruler of Sindh. Okay. So, Al-Hajjaj, he had asked Dahir that, please go and get the rescue of all the, like I'll give you a very simple example. On the ship, there were many women also who were on board. So these pirates, apart from plundering and looting the gifts, they has also taken the women into captivation. So Al-Hajjaj, who was the viceroy, he had asked Dahir, the ruler of Sindh, that go and take over the specifically these pirates and give them punishment. Dahir said that I'm not going to give any kind of a punishment to these pirates. And piracy keeps on taking place around my region. So I'm not responsible for that. He openly said to Al-Hajjaj. Now Al-Hajjaj, he dispatched his nephew, whose name was Muhammad bin Qasim, to attack on Dahir, the ruler of Sindh. And Muhammad bin Qasim, he attacked on Dahir and he became the first Islamic invader of India. He attacked the region of Sindh. And in that manner, he became the first Islamic invader of India. And this entire episode, it has been highlighted in a book referred as Fateh-Nama Sindh or Chachnama, written by Muhammad Ali Kofi. So it is a very important fact. Please note it down. The First Islamic invader was Muhammad bin Qasim, and this fact has been highlighted in Fateh-Nama Sindh or Chachinama. Is that clear to all of you? Okay. My friends, we'll take our first break around 5 o'clock. Now, so this is the basic crux of the who was Muhammad bin Qasim and so on. Hope so the points are clear to all of you. Please answer in the comment section. Is the point clear to all of you? Okay. And please keep the session interactive, because this session is full of stories. I'll be telling you everything in depth and detail. Don't worry about this. Okay. My next question to you is, who was the second Islamic invader of India? And what was his major purpose for attacking India? Any idea? Who was the second Islamic invader of India? Fast. Okay. My friends, Mahmud of Ghazni. He was the second Islamic invader of India. Okay. Now, after Umayyad dynasty, in Central Asia, there was another dynasty which was referred as Abbasid dynasty. And the nobles never maintained any kind of loyalty towards any of the ruler. Very simple words, the ruler who is powerful, the nobles were loyal towards them. The ruler who is not powerful, the nobles are not loyal towards them. As simple as that. So these nobles oftenly switched their loyalties depending upon who is powerful. Okay. So finally, there was one dynasty which was referred as Ghaznavid dynasty. Ghaznavid dynasty. And precisely speaking, the foundation of Ghaznavid dynasty was being laid down by Subuktigin. Okay. Now, Ghaznavid, the name derived from the place Ghazni. Ghazni, it is located in Afghanistan. Now, there were two contenders to the throne. One was Mahmud, second one was Ismail. But Mahmud did not had cordial relations with his father, Subuktigin. So what did Subuktigin do? He gave the entire kingdom to his younger son, whose name was Ismail. And after the death of Subuktigin, Mahmud, he asked his younger brother, Ismail, that why don't we divide the kingdom between both of us? But this was completely denied by his younger brother, Ismail. And he said that my father had given this entire kingdom to me. So in that case, I won't be sharing the throne with you. Finally, Mahmud, he attacked his brother, he imprisoned him, he defeated him and imprisoned him. And then he became the ruler of what we say Ghaznavid dynasty, and hence he is referred as Mahmud of Ghazni. Okay. Now, Mahmud of Ghazni's only intention was to plunder India. He never had the intention to make India as its home. From 1000 to 1025 AD, he has conducted 17 raids in India. Okay. And precisely speaking, the most important raid that was conducted by Mahmud of Ghazni in 1025 AD was the raid at the Somnath temple in Gujarat. And he had plundered this temple for approximately 2 to 3 days. Okay. Now the question arrives here, if you think analytically, like Mahmud of Ghazni, he has conducted 17 raids in India. How come this person was successful in all the raids that he had conducted? There were certain reasons behind this. And what were they? Like Mahmud of Ghazni, he majorly focused on fast-moving cavalry. And the Indian rulers, they majorly focused on elephants. Now tell me one thing. Is it easier for the, what we say, is it easier to tackle the enemy on the elephant or on the horses? Obviously on the horses. Why? Because the horses are swift moving. True? I'll give you another important example. You might have heard about Peshwa Bajirao. Peshwa Bajirao was successful in all the battles that he had fought. Why? Because he focused on fast-moving cavalry. He focused on staggering cavalry. And the technique that he had deployed was referred as blitzkrieg technique. True? So here, Mahmud of Ghazni, he focused majorly on cavalrymen and less on what? Less on the elephant section. Apart from this, Mahmud of Ghazni usually attacked India before the onset of monsoon, because he knew one important fact, that the rivers of the North India, they would be over-flooded during the monsoon season. And his army will get trapped in this monsoon. So what happens? He usually attacked India before the onset of the monsoon, plundered and went back. So that were the few important reasons for success of Mahmud of Ghazni. Apart from this, what were the major purpose of Mahmud of Ghazni attacking India? As I've told you previously, one of the major intention was to plunder India. Second important aspect, he wanted to beautify his capital city of Kabul. So he also wanted to acquire artisans and sculptors from India. And in fact, he also wanted to acquire Indian elephants. I'll give you one of the finest example. Specifically, Megasthenes in his book Indica has mentioned about Indian elephants. And he has mentioned that Indian elephants are stronger than Libyan elephants. So he wanted to acquire elephants from India as well. So these were the major reasons for success of Mahmud of Ghazni, and these were the major reasons for Mahmud of Ghazni attacking India. Now, you have to remember two important points here. Like, who were the scholars who were being patronized by Mahmud of Ghazni, or who adorned the court of Mahmud of Ghazni? So please note it down. It was Utbi and Firdausi. These were the important scholars who adorned the court of Mahmud of Ghazni. Apart from the entire story, please keep on noting down the important facts. Okay, and specifically here I have gone through detailed coverage of few of the NCERT Tamil Nadu State Board book. So you need not put in much effort for the NCERT and Tamil Nadu State Board book. So please stick in the video till the end. It is 3.5 to 4 hours video. Is that clear? So Mahmud of Ghazni, he was the second Islamic invader of India. Now comes a third important part. Who was the third Islamic invader of India? His name is written on the screen itself. Yes. The third Islamic invader of India was Muhammad Ghori. Okay. Now, after the decline of Ghaznavid dynasty in Afghanistan, there was another dynasty that was established at a place called as Ghur, which is again located in Afghanistan. And that dynasty was referred as Ghurid dynasty. And one of the rulers of Ghurid dynasty was Muhammad Ghori. Okay. And Muhammad Ghori, he was a third Islamic invader of India. Now, what were the differences between the intentions of Mahmud of Ghazni and Muhammad Ghori? As we had seen previously itself, Mahmud of Ghazni only had the intention to plunder India. On the other hand, Muhammad Ghori, he wanted to plunder India, plus he wanted to make India as his home. He wanted to establish permanent settlement in India. That was a major important purpose of Muhammad Ghori. In that manner, he had dissenting intentions. With whom? Mahmud of Ghazni. So precisely speaking, Muhammad Ghori, what did he do? He directly attacked the Somnath temple of Gujarat, and he had to face reverses. And when he had to face reverses, he believed in one thing, that first of all, I have to create a suitable base in the northern part of India. And after 1178 AD, what did he do? He tried to create a suitable base in the northern part of India. And Muhammad Ghori, he had conquered the major part of North India. Now, there were two battles that drastically changed the course of attack of Muhammad Ghori in India. And these two battles were fought in 1191 AD and second one in 1192 AD. Can anybody guess? Please answer in the comment section. Which were the two important battles that were fought in 1191 and 1192 AD? Okay. My friends, in 1191 AD, first battle of Tarain was fought. It was fought between Muhammad Ghori and Prithviraj Chauhan ji. And in this battle, Prithviraj Chauhan ji emerged victorious. It is always said one thing in the battlefield, never ever leave your enemy half dead. Because in that case, what will happen? Your enemy will revert back against you. And the same thing happened. Like Prithviraj Chauhan ji, like this person, Muhammad Ghori was defeated in the first battle of Tarain. Okay. And when he was defeated in the first battle of Tarain in 1191 AD, he fled away from the battlefield. And specifically speaking, Prithviraj Chauhan ji, he did not garrison that place. Apart from this, he did not chase his enemy, Muhammad Ghori. The very next year itself, Muhammad Ghori again regrouped his forces, came back, and second battle of Tarain was fought in 1192 AD. And here, specifically speaking, Prithviraj Chauhanji had to face a defeat. And Muhammad Ghori, he emerged victorious. And from here onwards, he again started expanding his territories in the northern part of India. So as I've told you, his only intention was not to plunder India. Apart from plundering India, his also intention was to establish a permanent empire. But apart from this, Muhammad Ghori also had an empire at Ghur in Afghanistan and Kabul in Afghanistan. So he goes back to Kabul. Okay, after conquering the major parts of India, he goes back to Afghanistan. And before going back to Afghanistan, he had left the administration of the northern part of India in the hands of his two of the trusted slaves. Who were the two of his trusted slaves? Please remember this: Qutbuddin Aibak and Bakhtiyar Khilji. I repeat, Qutbuddin Aibak and Bakhtiyar Khilji. Now, Qutbuddin Aibak, he started conquering he started following the policy of imperialism, he started following the policy of expansionism, and he conquered the other parts of Rajputana as well, that is in the regions around Rajasthan. On the other hand, Bakhtiyar Khilji, he focused on eastern part of India. As per many historians, Bakhtiyar Khilji had destroyed many ancient universities of that time. Nalanda University, whose foundation was being laid down by Kumar Gupta, who was the ruler of Gupta dynasty. Vikramshila University, Udantipur University. I'll tell you one interesting fact. And what is that? Like, there was one ruler of Assam who had defeated Bakhtiyar Khilji by using scorched earth policy. And in fact, the name of that ruler is hidden within the books of history. Have you heard about his name? Maharaja Prithu. Maharaja Prithu, he had defeated Bakhtiyar Khilji. Like Bakhtiyar Khilji, he had an intention that he will conquer the major part of eastern India. After that, he will move towards the region of Tibet. And for moving towards the region of Tibet, it was necessary to conquer the region of Kamrup. Kamrup means Assam. And Maharaja Prithu, he was a ruler. And Maharaja Prithu, by using scorched earth policy, he had defeated Bakhtiyar Khilji. It was a very humiliating defeat for Bakhtiyar Khilji. And precisely speaking, Maharaja Prithu ji is also referred as savior of Assam. Okay. After some time, around the region of Punjab, there was an outbreak of civil revolt. And to suppress this, Muhammad Ghori again comes back here. There was a revolt by the Khokhar tribe, okay, around the region of Punjab. So Muhammad Ghori again comes back. And when Muhammad Ghori comes back, he subdues the revolt, and after that he goes back. While going back to Kabul in Afghanistan, it is said that some unidentified person killed him on the way. And after that, one of his slaves, Qutbuddin Aibak, he laid the foundation of an independent slave dynasty in India. And from here onwards began the reign of Delhi Sultanate. Is the point clear to all of you? Yes, guys? Is it clear to all of you? Please answer in the comment section. Any question, any doubt, any query, please feel free to ask. Okay? As I've told you, the next break will be taking around 5 o'clock. There are many interesting stories that we are going to understand today, and we are going to understand everything with the help of a story. All these stories are interesting, plus you'll have a great, knowledge uplumber for you. Okay? So now, let's understand about the Delhi Sultanate. There were 5 important dynasties that ruled over Delhi, the region around Delhi as a part of Delhi Sultanate, consecutively one after the other. The first one was Slave Dynasty, also referred as Mamluk Dynasty or Ilbari Dynasty. Then comes Khilji Dynasty, Tughlaq Dynasty, Sayyid Dynasty and Lodi Dynasty. It's not Lodhi, this is Lodi Dynasty. Okay? So these were the 5 dynasties that ruled consecutively one after the other. Now let's throw light on individual dynasties, their rulers and the works done by them. As I've told you in the start of the session itself, please have a pen and paper along with you so that you can note down the minute details. Now, let me give you a small example what kind of a questions have cropped up in the UPSC examination or what kind of a questions can crop up in the examination. Okay. Now, for example, Quwat-ul-Islam Mosque, it was constructed by who started Ekta system? Who started Turkani-Chahalgani system? Diwan-e-Arz or military department was created by whom? What is Diwan-e-Kohi department all about? What is Diwan-e-Bandagan department all about? Okay. Who had constructed Mahal Hazar Satoon? So please have a pen and paper along with you so that you guys can note down the important points. Clear? Now let's begin with slave dynasty. So we have to start with Qutbuddin Aibak. Now slave dynasty is also referred as Mamluk dynasty, or it is also referred as Ghulam Vansh. Okay. See, Qutbuddin Aibak was there in Delhi. He was taking care of the administration around the region of Delhi. As soon as the news of the death of Muhammad Ghori, it reached the different parts, what happened? The distant governors of the places started declaring themselves as independent. So one such person around the region of Afghanistan was Tajuddin Yalduz. Please remember this name, Tajuddin Yalduz. Another person who was taking care of the administration in the region of Multan was Nasruddin Kabacha. He also declared himself as independent. But now the problem for Qutbuddin Aibak was that Tajuddin Yalduz, he said that I would be ruling in Afghanistan, plus he also had an eye over Delhi. So now that this was one of the major challenge for Qutbuddin Aibak. Okay. So in a very diplomatic manner, Qutbuddin Aibak, he defeated Nasiruddin Kabacha and Tajuddin Yalduz. And he laid the foundation of slave dynasty in India. Although this dynasty is a part of Delhi Sultanate, but Qutbuddin Aibak did not had Delhi as his capital. The capital of Qutbuddin Aibak was Lahore. Please remember this important fact. Okay, Lahore was the capital of Qutbuddin Aibak. Okay, then Qutbuddin Aibak is also known for different works. Like I'll give you one of the small example. Once upon a time, Qutbuddin Aibak and his master Muhammad Ghori were going through the regions of Rajasthan, precisely through the region of Ajmer. And when they were going through the region of Ajmer, they observed that then in the temples, bhajans and kirtans were performed. And there were many Hindus who were performing their daily rituals and prayers. So Muhammad Ghori asked his slave Qutbuddin Aibak that immediately I want a mosque to be constructed where I can offer prayers to God. As per many Islamic scholars, just within a span of 2.5 days, a mosque was being constructed by Qutbuddin Aibak, and that mosque is referred as Adhai Din Ka Jhopada. So please remember this. He had built Adhai Din Ka Jhopada. Apart from this, Qutbuddin Aibak had constructed the first mosque in Delhi. I have not said he had constructed first mosque in India. Although it is written here first mosque in India, okay, he had constructed the first mosque in Delhi, which was referred as Quwat-ul-Islam Mosque. Okay, apart from this, it is believed that Qutbuddin Aibak, he had initiated the construction of Qutub Minar. Okay, I repeat the point. He did not constructed Qutub Minar. He initiated the construction of Qutub Minar. Okay, so Adhai Din Ka Jhopada, Quwat-ul-Islam Mosque in Delhi. Apart from this, he had initiated the construction of Qutub Minar. He did not distribute any coins. He was also referred as Lakh Baksh. Lakh Baksh means donator of lakhs. He used to go for all kind of liberal donations. Hence, he was referred as Lakh Baksh. Now, as per many historians, it is believed that Qutbuddin Aibak died while playing Chaughan, died while playing polo. But what is the actual story? What is the true story of the death of Qutbuddin Aibak? I'll tell you that true story. Now, Qutbuddin Aibak, he wanted to capture the region of Rajputana and he attacked the region of Mewar. Mewar, it is located in Rajasthan. And it was ruled by Karna Singh. His name was Karna Singh. So he had defeated Karna Singh. He observed one thing, that Karna Singh was very closely attached to one of his horses whose name was Shubrak. And when Karn Singh, he was defeated and taken into captivation, tears rolled down by the eyes of the horse Shubrak. Now this person, Qutbuddin Aibak, wanted to teach a lesson to Karn Singh ji. So what did he do? He had taken his horse Shubrak and Karn Singh ji to Lahore and he imprisoned Karn Singh. And the place where Karn Singh ji was imprisoned, in front of that prison, his horse Shubrak was kept. So one fine day, there was a plot wherein it was decided that he is going to escape from the prison. But the entire plot got unearthed. And Qutbuddin Aibak comes to know about this. So Qutbuddin Aibak had decided that he is going to execute publicly Karn Singh ji, so that he can create a deterrence in the mind of others as well. So what happened? Like, he sat on the back of whom? Shubrak, the horse of Karn Singh. And he said that I will execute him publicly, and with the head of whom? Karn Singh ji, I'll play polo. So he sat on the horseback, and after some time the Shubrak could not see the condition of his master. So what did Shubrak do? Shubrak, he took a leap. And when Shubrak, he took a leap, this person, Qutbuddin Aibak, he fell down. Okay, and he had severe injuries. Immediately Shubrak ran towards his master, he picked up his master and finally moved towards Udaipur. And in that manner, it is believed that Qutbuddin Aibak died. And the books of history has narrated that Qutbuddin Aibak died while playing Chaughan, that is polo. Clear? So, precisely speaking, this was the death of Qutbuddin Aibak. Now, Qutbuddin Aibak, he had patronized scholars like Hassan Nizami, who has authored a book Tajul Masir and Tarikh-e-Mubarak Shahi. So please remember this. Is that clear to all of you? So, Adhai Din Ka Jhopda, Quwwatul Islam Mosque in Delhi. Apart from this, he had initiated the construction of Qutub Minar, dedicated to a Sufi saint Qutbuddin Bakhtiyar Kaki. He did not started the coinage. He did not issue any kind of coins. He had the capital at Lahore. Now, let's talk about Iltutmish. Hope so the points are clear to all of you. Please answer in the comment section. Sai Teja, this is not the part 2 of the medieval India. Precisely, this is for the beginners, those who are initiating the preparation, those who are just going through the NCERTs and Tamil Nadu State Board book. It is just for them. Okay? So, it's just the basic information about the NCERTs and Tamil Nadu State Board books. Is that clear? Okay. Yes, my friends, please answer in the comment section. Is everything clear till here? Okay, moving ahead. Let's speak about Iltutmish. Now, before I speak about Iltutmish, let me tell you one important thing. Like Qutbuddin Aibak, he was succeeded by one of his sons. But that son, he was an incompetent ruler. He could not manage the administration properly. Okay. He could not take care of the administration properly. And his name was Aram Shah. So what happened? Like it is said that he ruled for a short span of 6 to 8 months and he was being replaced by Iltutmish. Iltutmish, he was slave as well as son-in-law of Qutbuddin Aibak. Clear? And during the time of Iltutmish, slave dynasty was also referred as Ilbari dynasty. Please note down another important fact. Now, why the slave dynasty was referred as Ilbari dynasty? Because Iltutmish, he belonged to Ilbari tribe. Clear? Now, what was the problem in front of Iltutmish? Do you remember I have spoken about Qutbuddin Aibak, that during the time of Qutbuddin Aibak, there were two people who posed a challenge to his throne. One was Tajuddin Yalduz and the second was Nasiruddin Kabacha, and they were being defeated by Qutbuddin Aibak. Again, these two people have cropped up now. So now for Iltutmish, again the problem is Nasiruddin Kabacha and Tajuddin Yalduz. So around 1215 AD, third battle of Tarain was fought between Iltutmish and Tajuddin Yalduz, in which Yalduz was defeated and Kabacha, he was drowned in the river. So in a very diplomatic manner, this person, Iltutmish, he had defeated two of his enemy. But the major problem were not these two people. The major problem for Iltutmish were Mongols. Mongols were continuously expanding their territories, and Mongols had defeated the Khwarezmi Empire, which had controlled the major part of Central Asia. And probably after that, Mongols might have an eye over the region of India. And now This person, Iltutmish, wanted to save India from the wrath of Mongols at any cost. So what happened? Mongols had attacked Central Asia. They had defeated Khwarezmi Empire, and the ruler of Khwarezmi Empire had a son whose name was Jalaluddin Mangbarani. This person, somehow he fled from Central Asia, and he comes in the court of Iltutmish and he requests him to provide him asylum. Now Iltutmish was very confused that suppose if I provide asylum to this person Jalaluddin Mangbarani, 100% Mongols will attack on me. But if I do not provide asylum to him, probably Mongols might not attack on India. So what happened? At that time, this person denied giving asylum to Jalaluddin Mangbarani. So Mongols thought that probably this person, Iltutmish, he wants to befriend Mongols or he wants to maintain friendly alliance with Mongols. So through this diplomatic policy, what happened? Iltutmish saved India from the wrath of Mongols. Now, what are the other things that we need to remember about Iltutmish? Iltutmish, he shifted the capital from Lahore to Delhi. First thing, he completed the construction of Qutub Minar. Another important thing that you have to remember. Okay, he completed the construction of Qutub Minar. Okay, he started the coinage system and he issued silver tanka and copper jital. It is mentioned here, he issued two coins, silver tanka and copper jital. So I repeat the points. He shifted the capital from Lahore to Delhi. He completed the construction of Qutub Minar. He started the coinage system and issued two coins, silver tanka and copper jital. Now, two important systems that I'm going to explain about Iltutmish. Please listen to me patiently. Please listen to me carefully. And the two important systems were Ikta system and Turkani-Chahalgani system that was initiated by Iltutmish. Now, what is Ikta system and Turkani-Chahalgani system all about? Let's understand. Suppose I am one of the nobles who is working in the court of Iltutmish. Now, I won't be given salary, but I would be given a piece of a land or a particular territory or a particular region. And I would be said, now whatever money is accrued in the form of taxes from this region, you can keep your salary from it, and the excess amount of money should be returned back to the administration. I'll repeat the point again. Like suppose if I'm working as a noble, I'm working as a minister in the court of Iltutmish. I won't be given a salary now. I would be given a piece of a land or a stretch of a land. And I would be said, whatever money is accrued in the form of taxes, keep your salary and the excess amount should be returned back to the administration. And the excess amount that was returned back to the administration was referred as fawazil. And this entire system is referred as Ikta system. So Ikta system was initiated by whom? Iltutmish. The holders of Ikta were referred as Iktadar. Please remember this. The holders of Ikta were referred as Iktadar. And Iktadars were transferable. It is not hereditary. Simple word, suppose if I am a holder of a particular land, it does not mean that my son would be the holder of the same land in the coming years. So it was not at all hereditary. Please remember this. Why I'm telling you or why I'm forcing that you have to remember this? Because Ikta system would be made hereditary during the time of Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Okay. So Ikta system was initiated by Iltutmish, wherein the noble was given a piece of land in the lieu of salary. Then another important system that was initiated by Iltutmish was Turkani-Chahalgani system. Now what is Turkani-Chahalgani system? Chahalgani means Chalisa. So this system is also referred as Chalisa system. Chalisa means 40. Appointing 40 powerful Turkish nobles. Friends, please focus on my words. Appointing 40 powerful Turkish nobles who will assist the Sultan in performance of his duties. In the coming years, these nobles will become so powerful that they will start dictating terms and conditions to the ruler. Okay? Then, he also constructed Gandaki Bauli, and Gandaki Bauli, it's a stepwell dedicated to a Sufi saint Kutubuddin Bhaktiyar Kaki. Apart from this, specifically speaking, he had patronized Minhas-us-Siraj, who had written a book, Tabaqat-e Nasiri, and he is referred as Shah-e-Sharq, that is King of East, and Hindgir. So these are the important things that you need to remember about Iltutmish. I'll repeat the points again within short and hope you guys are noting down things along with me. Okay, at least you have to note down the important focal points which I'm marking on the board. So Iltutmish shifted the capital from Lahore to Delhi. He completed the construction of Qutub Minar. He issued 2 coins, silver tanka and copper jital. Apart from this, Iltutmish, like it is believed that he started Ikta system of land revenue. He also started Turkan-e-Chahalgani system, that is Chalisa system, appointing 40 powerful Turkish nobles who will assist the Sultan in performance of his duties. Is it clear to all of you? So that is all about Iltutmish. Hope so the points are clear to all of you. Yes, guys, please keep the session interactive, because after every half an hour, I'll be asking you few questions. Shall we go for a quick question and answer round so that I can understand that how many of you are keenly listening to me? Yes. Now, let me ask you a few questions. The first question is, who was the first Islamic invader of India? So, rather than going, everyone knows about this, Muhammad bin Qasim. Okay. Muhammad bin Qasim was the first Islamic invader of India. How do we come to know about this? We come to know about this from the, we'll come to know about this specifically from a book. What was that book referred as? Fast. Yes. Bulbul, you can download the PDF from my Telegram channel, history_Alok Ojha. Okay, aspirants, my friends, you can download the PDF from Telegram channel, history_Alok Ojha. In the end of the session, I have provided the link of the Telegram session. Okay, so you can download it from there. Don't worry about this. Yes, very good. Yes, Amir Raj, it's Chachnama or Fatehnama Sindh. I'll be asking 3 questions, that's it. Next question is, this person, Qutbuddin Aibak, he initiated the construction of Qutub Minar, which was dedicated to a Sufi saint. What was the name of the Sufi saint? Yes, fast. Qutbuddin Bhaktiar Kaki. It was the name of the Sufi saint. And the last question is, Iltutmish, he had issued 2 coins, okay, silver tanka, and what was copper coin referred as? Fast. Yes, please answer in the comment section. Copper jital. Is that clear? Okay. Now let's move on with Razia Sultan. Now listen to me carefully. See, Iltutmish believed that none of his sons are worthy to become the Sultan. And he believed that all his sons are incompetent. They cannot assume the power as a Sultan. Okay, and he believed that the most competent to acquire the position of Sultan is his daughter, whose name was Razia. But at that time, the patriarchal mindset of the society did not support Razia to become the next Sultan. So what happened? After Iltutmish, one of his sons, whose name was Ruknuddin Firoz Shah. Okay, please remember this, Ruknuddin Firoz Shah, he succeeded to the throne. Please remember this. Like, I'm going to explain few characters such as Ruknuddin Firoz Shah, Razia Sultan, and the third character that I'm going to explain is Behram Shah. So, Iltutmish believed that none of his son is worthy to become the ruler. In fact, his daughter Razia Sultan, or Razia, she is capable enough of becoming the next Sultan. So, society at that time was patriarchal. And after the death of Iltutmish, Ruknuddin Firoz Shah was chosen as the next ruler. But he was completely incompetent ruler. And he had completely dedicated himself to the fondness of wine and entertainment. So he hardly had any kind of an interest in the administration. So nobles were worried about this. So what did the nobles do? They thought that yes, Razia is the best choice. So the question that crops up in the mind of an aspirant, on one hand, you are saying that a society was patriarchal and they did not wanted a woman to rule over them. So how did they supported the Razia Sultan to become the next Sultan? Because the nobles had a belief that she is a lady and she hardly has the knowledge about the administration. And probably when we will support her to become the next Sultan, she will work for us like a puppet. This was the belief of the ministers and the nobles, and hence they supported Razia Sultan. And Ruknuddin Firoz Shah, he was being dethroned. Razia Sultan, she is not only the only female ruler of slave dynasty, but she is the only female ruler of the entire Delhi Sultanate. Okay? And Razia Sultan, everyone thought that she will work for them like a puppet. But on the very first day, when she entered the court, she had worn a red attire. Red is a symbol of rebellion. Apart from this, a Muslim woman cannot unveil her face to anyone. And Razia Sultan, she conducted the court completely her face unveiled. Okay, her face was completely unveiled. And now Razia Sultan, what did she do? Like for example, if a person is capable enough of becoming a finance minister, he would be made a finance minister irrespective whether he's a Turkish or not. Okay, if somebody is capable enough of handling the religious aspect, he would be made the head of the religious department irrespective he is Turkish or not. As simple as that. So she started the policy of appointing non-Turkish in the court. And when she adopted this policy of appointing non-Turkish in the court, what happened? There were many other governors who started revolting against her. Because there was one person whom Razia Sultan had appointed as the head of the royal horses, and his name was Jalaluddin Yaqut. He was an Abyssinian slave, he was an African slave. So what happened? The governors, they started revolting, and one such governor who revolted against Razia Sultan was the governor of Bhatinda. His name was Al-Tunia. Try and understand this entire dynamics. So governor of Bhatinda, Al-Tunia, he revolted against Razia Sultan. And when he revolted against Razia Sultan thought that I have to suppress this revolt. Because if I do not suppress this revolt, all the other governors will also start revolting against me. They will also start raising their voice against me. So from Delhi, she along with her slave, whose name was Jalaluddin Yaqut, they started marching towards Bhatinda. And Al-Tunia comes to know about it. And Al-Tunia, he also left Bhatinda. And the army of Razia Sultan and Al-Tunia met at a particular place. Al-Tunia, he immediately killed the Abyssinian slave of Razia Sultan, whose name was Jalaluddin Muhammad Yaqut. And he imprisoned Razia Sultan. Now the question here is, how did Al-Tunia comes to know that Razia Sultan and Jalaluddin Yaqut are coming to attack on him? Because Razia Sultan had another brother whose name was Behram Shah. Behram Shah, he had an eye over the throne. And he believed that when Razia Sultan, she will go and attack Al-Tunia in Bhatinda, this is the best opportunity where I will garner the support of other nobles and ministers and become the next Sultan. And this is what he did so. When, like specifically, Jalaluddin Yaqut was killed, Razia Sultan was taken into imprisonment by Al-Tunia. And Behram Shah, he declared himself as the next Sultan of Delhi Sultanate. Okay. Now Al-Tunia, he forced Razia Sultan to get him married. But Razia Sultan initially she said that I'm not going to marry you. But when she heard the news that her brother, in a very treacherous manner, he has acquired the throne of Delhi Sultanate, she said to Al-Tunia that I will marry you only under one condition. When you help me in getting back the throne of Delhi Sultanate. Like Al-Tunia was ready for that. And the combined army of Al-Tunia and Razia Sultan attacked Behram Shah. But finally, Al-Tunia was also killed and Razia Sultan was also killed and defeated and killed. So it is believed that Razia Sultan, she is the only female ruler, not only of Delhi Sultanate, not only of the slave dynasty, but of entire Delhi Sultanate. And the tomb of Razia Sultan, it is located at a place called as Bhojli Pahadi. It is located in Delhi. Okay, Bhojli Pahadi, Turkman Gate, Delhi. It is referred as Rajji Shajji Ki Qabr. So that was all about Razia Sultan. Clear, everyone? Now, another important ruler of the slave dynasty was Balban. Now, after Razia Sultan, there were series of weak successors. Like after Razia Sultan was Behram Shah, after Behram Shah, Alauddin Masood Shah. Then comes Nasiruddin Muhammad Shah. Like it is believed that Nasiruddin Muhammad Shah, he sat on the throne for 19 years, but he never ruled. In fact, the entire rule was being hijacked by one of his ministers, one of his prime minister, one of his naib, whose name was Balban. Okay? Like, it is believed that Balban, he had made a plot. Like, to become the prime minister, to become the naib, what did he do? Like, it is said that he had married his daughter to the Sultan, Nasiruddin Muhammad. Okay? And after marrying, he acquired the position of naib, that is a prime minister. But after some time, all the ministers were against Balban. So Balban realized that in that case, I have to garner the support of all the ministers if I have to become the Sultan. So he resigned from the post of naib and another person was chosen as the naib. And in that manner, what happened? He got the support of other nobles. He won the trust of other nobles. Who? This person, Balban. And as per many historians, Balban, he had killed his own son-in-law by poisoning him just to become Sultan. And after that, what happened? After that, Balban, he became the next Sultan of the slave dynasty. Yes, Simiji, very good. Yes, conscious awareness, very good afternoon. So Balban, he became the next Sultan. The original name of Balban is Ulugh Khan. Now, Balban, what did he do? Just remember a single statement about Balban. He followed the policy of blood and iron. He ruled in a very strict manner. Like he had adopted two titles, Zile-Illahi and Niyabate-Khudai. Zile-Illahi means what? Specifically, Zile-Illahi means Sultan is shadow of Allah on the earth. Sultan is a shadow of God on the earth. And whatever Sultan is saying, it is your duty, it is your responsibility to follow the instructions of Sultan. Because the words of Sultan are words of God. Niyabate Khudai. So please remember, Balban had adopted two titles, Zile-Illahi and Niyabate Khudai. First thing. As we had seen, like this person, what we say Balban, he was a very, very intelligent personality. Apart from this, he had seen the reign of more than 5 to 6 Sultan. And he has been the part of Turkan-e-Chahalgani or Chalisa. So he knew one important fact, that these powerful Turkish nobles, they play a very major role in making the king or replacing a particular king. So first of all, I have to come in terms with this powerful nobles. So he abolished the Turkan-e-Chahalgani system or the Chalisa system that was being initiated by Iltutmish. So please remember this fact. Turkan-e-Chahalgani system was started by Iltutmish. It was abolished by Balban. Apart from this, he had started Sajda and Paibos system. Now, what is Sajda and Paibos system all about? Like precisely speaking, like in Hinduism, for example, if any guest arrive at our home, what do? We do namaste. Similarly, in Islam, there's something called as sajda. This is referred as sajda, prostration. And paibos. Paibos means kissing the sultan's feet. Like for example, if the sultan is entering into the court, the ministers and the nobles, they had to perform sajda. On the other hand, if any other person, okay, who comes as an ambassador to meet the sultan, in that case, he has to kiss either the sultan's hand or the sultan's feet. So this system was initiated by Balban. Okay, he had started a Persian festival referred as Navroz. I repeat, Navroz, a Persian festival was started by Balban. I'll repeat the points. Please do not get confused. He had adopted two titles, Zile-Illahi, that is Sultan is the shadow of Allah on the earth, and Niyabate Khudai. Second important fact that you need to remember about Balban is that he has started Sajda and Paibo system. He had completely abolished Turkan-e-Chahalgani system. Another important thing, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. If there's a lot of powers in the hand of a particular person, 100% there's going to be a misuse of that power. And at that time, Wazir was very powerful. Okay, Wazir had a lot of power in his hand. Apart from being the head of the military department, he was also the head of finance department. So what did Balban do? Balban, he created a new defense department or a new military department. And this new military department was referred as Diwane-Arz department. Okay, and the head of the Diwane-Arz department, or the officer who was responsible for Diwane-Arz department, was referred as Arz-e-Mumalik. And Diwane-Arz is nothing but military department. It is defense department. Is that clear to all of you? So it is a defense department that was being created by Balban. So I'll repeat the point again. Pay attention carefully. Sajdan Paibo system abolished the Turkane-Chahalgani system. Zilillahi and Niyabate Khudai. He separated Diwane-Arz and Diwane-Wazirat department. Simple words, the credit for creation of military department goes to Balban. And that department was referred as Diwane-Arz department. Now, again Mongols, they had an eye over India. So what did Mongols do? Like Mongols, there was a person who was a governor of Bengal during the time of this person, what we say, Balban. And the governor of Bengal during the time of Balban was Tughril Beg. Now what happened? Mongols, they instigated Tughril Beg that you revolt against Balban, you declare yourself as independent, and do not worry. Here, the Mongols are going to freely support you. Do not worry about that. Okay, there's a free hand support from the side of Mongols for you. So Tughril Beg, he declared himself as independent. After declaring himself as independent, he read khutbah in his name. He started distributing the coins in his name. The coins were struck in his name. Balban immediately dispatched one of his sons, whose name was Bughra Khan. And Bughra Khan was dispatched precisely to kill Tughril Beg. Tughril Beg was being beheaded, and after that, Bughra Khan, one of the sons of Balban, he was made as the next governor of Bengal. Now, Mongols thought that, like, here there's no point in instigating the governors of Balban. Now, directly we have to attack Balban. Directly we have to attack slave dynasty. So, Mongols started attacking from the northwestern part of India. And now Balban dispatched one of his another son, whose name was Muhammad Khan, to deal with Mongols. But Muhammad Khan, he died while fighting with Mongols. And in fact, Balban had given the title of Khan-e-Shaheed to one of his sons, Muhammad Khan. And he was very close to his son, Muhammad Khan, and after that he fell severely ill and Balban passed away. And after Balban, you can observe series of weak successors. Like for a short span of time, there was a Kaikubad. Then the last ruler of the slave dynasty was Kaimur. And Kaimur was killed by his own military commander. Kaimur was killed by his own Senapati, whose name was Firoz. And after killing, what we say, this person, Kaimur, Firoz declared himself as independent and laid the foundation of a new dynasty that was referred as Khilji dynasty. And Firoz is also referred as Jalaluddin Khilji. So hope so you have understood the slave dynasty. Is that clear? Yes, friends, is it clear to all of you? Please answer in the comment section. And as I've told you, please keep the session interactive. Okay. Now, with the next 15 to 20 minutes, let's understand about the Khilji dynasty. Yes, very good conscious awareness. Simmi ji, very good. Okay. So we have to understand about Alauddin Khilji in depth and detail. And we'll understand about Jalaluddin Khilji first. Okay, conscious. See, as we had seen, the last ruler of this dynasty, the last ruler of slave dynasty was Kaimur. And Kaimur, he had a military commander whose name was Firoz. Firoz had killed his own master Kaimur and declared himself as independent and laid the foundation of a new dynasty which was referred as Khilji dynasty. And Jalaluddin Khilji, when he became the ruler of Khilji dynasty, he was 70 years of age. Okay. It is approximately, hilarious, it is approximately around 1290. Okay. Now, he became the ruler of Khilji dynasty, and he was 70 years of age when he became the ruler of Khilji dynasty. Now, in comparison to the other rulers, this person was a liberal person. Now, he believed that the major objective of giving punishment to any person is just reforms. Okay, we don't want to abuse that person or so on. So, he used to give mild form of punishment even for a heinous crime done by a person, because he believed that the major objective here is to reform that person. Okay, like this person, Jalaluddin Khilji, he had conquered the major part of northern India and he had defeated Mongols on several occasions as well. But he was not able to conquer the region of Devgiri or Daulatabad. Now, Jalaluddin Khilji had one of his nephew who was also the governor of Kara province. Kara, it is located in Uttar Pradesh, Kara Manikpur. And the name of his nephew was Ali Gurshap, who is also referred as Alauddin Khilji. So, Jalaluddin Khilji and his forces, like, they were not able to capture the region of Devgiri or Daulatabad located in Maharashtra. Okay, and several attempts have been made by different military commanders of Jalaluddin Khilji. All of them were unsuccessful. All of them. So, what happened? One of the nephews as well as son-in-law of Jalaluddin Khilji, Ali Gurshap or Alauddin Khilji, he moved towards the region of Devgiri or Daulatabad. He plundered the region of Devgiri or Daulatabad and came back to Kara. On one side, Jalaluddin Khilji was very happy. On the other side, he was angry as well. Why he was happy? Because none of the military commanders were able to conquer the region of Kara. And his son-in-law, Alauddin Khilji, had conquered the region of Kara. So he was happy for that. But he was also angry that, first of all, before attacking the region of Daulatabad, okay, you could have taken the permission of the Sultan. You did not take the permission of Sultan, first thing. And secondly, even if you have attacked Daulatabad, at least you could have come first to Delhi. Directly you moved to the region of Kara. But after some time, what happened? He got a bit normalized. Now, he had a plan on the day of Eid that he is going to visit to meet his son-in-law, Alauddin Khilji, and meet his daughter. So, to arrive at Kara, one has to cross the river Ganges twice. So, he, along with an army of 1,000 to 1,500 soldiers and more than 15 to 20 ships, he came across on one of the banks of river Ganges. So, when he came on one of the bank of river Ganges, what happened? Like, Alauddin Khilji again did not come to meet Jalaluddin Khilji. In fact, Alauddin Khilji had sent one of his brothers to welcome Jalaluddin Khilji. Now, Jalaluddin Khilji again got infuriated that, first of all, you did not report the Sultan in Delhi. And secondly, when Sultan is coming to meet you, at least you could have come to welcome the Sultan. You are sending your brother. But here his brother was also very diplomatic. He said that since the Sultan is coming to Kara, okay, here Alauddin Khilji is busy in the making all kind of arrangements. Again, Jalaluddin Khilji, he was calmed down. And the brother of Alauddin Khilji said that you are going to meet your daughter. You are going to meet your son-in-law. Why do you require such a huge amount of force? He said, okay, the point is valid. Now, what happened? He comes to Kara as soon, along with 25 to 30 soldiers and few ships, so that he can carry the gold that was being plundered and looted from Daulatabad. So, as soon as he comes to Kara, as soon as Alauddin Khilji sees him, immediately Alauddin Khilji performs sajda. And after that, Jalaluddin Khilji goes close to him, and specifically he was just about to perform paibos that immediately Jalaluddin catches his arms and hugs him. And what happens at that particular point of time? Immediately, Alauddin Khilji ordered his nobles and ministers to kill Jalaluddin Khilji. And sword was struck at the neck of Jalaluddin Khilji. It took no time for Jalaluddin Khilji to realize that the plot of his murder has been planned by Alauddin. He started running back. By the time he had 20 to 25 soldiers, all of them have been killed outside. Okay. And now, as soon as he started running back, Another sword, it was struck by Alauddin Khilji, and Jalaluddin Khilji was beheaded. The head of Jalaluddin Khilji, it was paraded through the entire region of Kara, Awadh and Manikpur, so that a deterrence could be created in the mind of other nobles, other ministers, other governors, that if anybody tried to revolt against me, they have to meet the same fate. Okay, so that was Alauddin Khilji. Now, Alauddin Khilji, he became the next Sultan of Khilji dynasty. Now, you have to understand Alauddin Khilji in depth and detail. So, listen to me carefully, because I'm going to speak about the different expeditions led by Alauddin Khilji. Who was Malik Kafur? We have to understand that. And what were the administrative reforms introduced by Alauddin Khilji? What important constructions were being laid down during the time of Alauddin Khilji? We are going to throw light on that. So you have to pay attention carefully. You have to listen to me very, very carefully. Okay, pay attention now. Alauddin Khilji, his original name was Ali Gurshab. Okay, and Alauddin Khilji, he was also the nephew and son-in-law of Jalaluddin Khilji. He had murdered his own father-in-law to become the Sultan of Khilji dynasty. Clear? Alauddin Khilji, he followed the same policy of Balban. Like as I've told you, Balban, he ruled with strict hand. And Balban, he followed the policy of blood and iron. Same policy was being followed by Alauddin Khilji now. Exactly the same policy. Now, Alauddin Khilji, he started following the policy of expansionism. And for that purpose, he had targeted three main regions. The first main region was Gujarat. Alauddin Khilji, like I'll give you a very simple example. Mongols, every other kings were afraid of Mongols. But Mongols were the first people who were afraid of Alauddin Khilji. I'll tell you one of the interesting facts. Alauddin Khilji had defeated the Mongols on 6 occasions. Apart from this, Alauddin Khilji had beheaded more than 8,000 Mongols. And with the heads of these beheaded Mongols, he had laid the foundation of a fort which is referred as Siri Fort. Okay? So, why was Alauddin Khilji successful in all the major battles that he had fought? The major reason was he focused on fast-moving cavalry. He focused on staggering cavalry. And for that purpose, it was necessary to acquire the region of Gujarat and Malwa. Why? Gujarat being a coastal state, it was known for its vibrant trade. And the horses could be imported easily from Central Asia through Gujarat. And Malwa, Malwa, it is located in western part of Madhya Pradesh. Malwa, it opens the doors of South India. It is the gateway to South. And if you want to enter the South India, you have to conquer the region of Malwa as well. So Alauddin Khilji focused on Gujarat and Malwa. Now what happened? Let's understand. When Alauddin Khilji dispatched one of his military commanders, specifically, what happened? The ruler of Gujarat, his military commander's name was Nusrat Khan. He was dispatched to Gujarat. Okay. And at that time, the ruler of Gujarat, his name was Rai Karn. He fought valiantly against Nusrat Khan, but after some time, when he believed that he could be killed on the battlefield, so this person, Rai Karan, along with his daughter Deval Devi, they fled away from the battlefield. And the wife of Rai Karan, whose name was Kamla Bai, she was taken into captivation and later on forcefully married to Alauddin Khilji. So please remember the name Rai Karan and Deval Devi, because their name would be coming back again. Okay. So Alauddin Khilji had dispatched one of his military commander, Nusrat Khan. Nusrat Khan, he had attacked Gujarat. The ruler of Gujarat, whose name was Rai Karan, he fled away from the battlefield along with his daughter Deval Devi. And the wife of Rai Karan, Kamla Bai, she was being taken into captivation and forcefully married to Alauddin Khilji. Then, another important expedition that was being led by Alauddin Khilji was in the region of Ranthambore. Okay. Now, the region of Ranthambore, as a part of Rajputana, it is believed that it was one of the most powerful forts of the Rajputana. And if Ranthambore is captured, it will completely break the morals of Rajput. This was the belief of Alauddin Khilji. Now, the question here arises is, now why Alauddin Khilji, he wanted to attack Ranthambore? There was one reason. The ruler of Ranthambore was Maharaja Hamir Dev. I repeat, Maharaja Hamir Dev. And Maharaja Hamir Dev, he had given asylum to two Mongol soldiers who had rebelled against Alauddin. So Alauddin had asked Maharaja Hamir Dev that surrender these two Mongol soldiers, to which Maharaja Hamir Dev declined. And at that time, Alauddin Khilji decided to capture and conquer the region of Ranthambore. So Alauddin dispatched one of his military commander, whose name was Nusrat Khan, to conquer the region of Ranthambore. But specifically speaking, Nusrat Khan, he was being killed by Maharaja Hamir Dev. Finally, Alauddin Khilji, he himself had to enter into the battlefield, and he defeated Maharaja Hamir Dev. And the next target was Chittorgarh or Chittor, located in Rajasthan, which is one of the most important parts of Mewar. Mewar, in fact, it was a capital of Mewar. Now, there was no personal animosity between Maharaja Raja Rawal Ratan Singh, the ruler of Chittor, and Alauddin Khilji. But here, this person, he coveted upon the wife of Maharaja Rawal Ratan Singh Ji, whose name was Rani Padmini. And he forcibly wanted to marry Rani Padmini. Like Maharaja Rawal Ratan Singh, he had a wife named as Nagmati, and his second wife was Rani Padmini. She was quite pretty, and it is believed that there was a person whose name was Raghav Chetan. He had betrayed Maharaja Rawal Ratan Singh and he had sided with Alauddin Khilji. Now, Alauddin Khilji, he attacked the region of Chittor and he treacherously killed Maharaja Rawal Ratan Singh. As per many historians, more than 1,000 women of Chittor, along with Rani Padmini, they committed Jauhar. Jauhar means voluntarily, specifically voluntary, throwing themselves into the Agni Kund. Okay, so that is nothing but Jauhar. More than 1,000 women of Chittor, along with Maharani Padmini, they committed Jauhar. And Alauddin Khilji, he had massacred the entire region of Chittor. He created a mass massacre. And in fact, he had appointed one of his sons, whose name was Khizr Khan, as the new governor of Chittor. In fact, during the time of Alauddin Khilji, it is believed that Chittor was renamed as Khizirabad. Why Khizirabad? Because Khizr Khan, one of the sons of Alauddin Khilji, was made as the governor of Chittor. Okay, so these were the major North Indian expeditions led by Alauddin Khilji. Now, another important expedition in the southern part of India. You might have seen the movie Padmavati. Okay, one more important information that I'm telling you, please note this down. The entire episode of Maharaja Rawal Ratan Singh Ji, Rani Padmini Ji and Alauddin Khilji, it has been mentioned in a book, and that book is referred as Padmavat. The book Padmavat was written by Malik Muhammad Jayasi in Awadhi language. Please note this down. The book Padmavat was written by Malik Muhammad Jayasi in Awadhi language, and that too during the time of Sher Shah Suri. It was not written during the time of Alauddin Khilji. A very important fact I'm telling you, please note it down if possible. Clear, everyone? Now, South India. So the major expeditions, like we had seen about the ruler of Gujarat, he was being defeated. Then the ruler of Ranthambore, Maharaja Hamir Dev Ji, he was being defeated. Now let's understand about the South Indian expedition. You might have seen the movie Padmavat. In the movie Padmavat, there is one more character whose name was Malik Kafur. Okay, I'll give you one of the example. Malik Kafur, his original name was Manikya. Okay, Manikya basically means gemstone. And when he was just in his childhood days, he was sold into slavery at Khambat. And when Nusrat Khan, he had attacked the region of Gujarat, what happened? Like this person, Malik Kafur, he was working as a slave for a Qazi. And when Nusrat Khan, he had attacked Gujarat, what happened? Nusrat Khan purchased this boy, Malik Kafur, from that Qazi by paying 1,000 dinar. Hence, Malik Kafur is also referred as Hazar Dinara. So, majority of the South Indian expeditions of Alauddin Khilji was initiated by Malik Kafur himself. Now, what happened? Ruler of Devgiri, Ramchandra Dev, for the past 3 years, he had not paid single rupee as a tax. Okay. So Alauddin Khilji, when he observed the arrears, he immediately asked Malik Kafur that go and warn this person, Ramchandra Dev, that why are you not paying the taxes to us? So Malik Kafur, he goes to Devgiri or Daulatabad. And when he comes to Devgiri or Daulatabad, he comes to know a very different plot here. And what was the plot? Do you remember we have discussed when Alauddin Khilji and his forces had attacked the region of Gujarat, the ruler of Gujarat, whose name was Rai Karan, okay, he had fled away from the battlefield along with his daughter Deval Devi. Where were they hiding? They were hiding in what we say Devgiri or Daulatabad. Okay. So precisely speaking, what was the actual plot now? Now, Deval Devi, she was the daughter of whom? Rai Karan. Shankar, he was a son of whom? He was a son of Ramchandra Dev, who was the ruler of Devgiri or Daulatabad. And what was their actual plan? Shankar will get married to Deval Devi, and matrimonial alliances is one of the policies to strengthen one's position. It is not just during the medieval times. In fact, matrimonial alliances is a policy, or matrimonial alliances is a way to strengthen one's position since the ancient times. True? So that was a plot. Now Alauddin Khilji, Malik Kafur comes to know about this, and Malik Kafur immediately informs Alauddin Khilji. Alauddin Khilji says that defeat this person, Ramchandra Dev. Like Ramchandra Dev, initially he fought valiantly, but later on he was being defeated and Ramchandra Dev surrendered. Alauddin Khilji here played a diplomatic game. And what did he do? He said, Ramchandra Dev, I don't want to fight with you. You are just like a friend to me. You are just like an ally to me. Okay? You have not paid the arrears for past 3 years. No issues. I don't have any problem with that. But it's a request. I want one help from you. Ramchandra Dev said, yes, how can I help you? He said that I do not want any money. I do not want any military force from your side. Since Malik Kafur, he is unknown to the southern part of India and its terrain, guide Malik Kafur in southern part of India. Okay, show him the proper directions. Ramchandra Dev accepted this offer of Alauddin Khilji. So Malik Kafur, he attacked the region of Warangal and he defeated the ruler of Warangal, whose name was Pratap Rudra Dev. Note this down. Malik Kafur, then he attacked the region of Dwar Samudra, and Dwar Samudra was ruled by Hoysala dynasty ruler Veer Ballal III. Malik Kafur, he defeated Veer Ballal III. Malik Kafur, he reached till Madurai and defeated the Pandyas. Very simple words, the South Indian expeditions of Alauddin Khilji were led by Malik Kafur. Is that clear to all of you? So initially he defeated the ruler of Devgiri, whose name was Ramchandra Dev. Then he defeated Pratap Rudra Dev, the ruler of Warangal. Then he defeated Veer Ballal III, the ruler of Dwar Samudra in Karnataka. Moving ahead, if we speak about Alauddin Khilji, okay, like Alauddin Khilji had come up with various administrative reforms as well. And what were the important administrative reforms? He had introduced two important systems, Dag and Chehra system. As I've told you, Alauddin Khilji majorly focused upon fast-moving cavalry, staggering cavalry. Okay, so there were a lot many horsemen in his army. So he had started Dag and Chehra system. Dag means branding of horses. Please note this down. And Chehra means a regular muster roll in the army. Now, Alauddin Khilji wanted to make, like he had a very huge army. Can you imagine? Approximately there were 4,75,000 cavalrymen in the army of Alauddin Khilji. I'm just speaking in terms of cavalrymen. Forget about the strength of the entire army. Approximately there were 4,75,000 cavalrymen in the army of Alauddin Khilji. Okay, and for that purpose, what did he do? He wanted to collect the taxes. So how to collect the taxes and how much money should be collected from every market? There was a lot of confusion. So Alauddin Khilji, he divided the market into 3 to 4 parts. Like there was a complete separate market for grains and groceries, separate market for clothes and slave, separate market for miscellaneous commodities, separate market for horses. And specifically stock hoarding was not at all allowed. Okay. And there was a market superintendent that was appointed, and the market superintendent was referred as Shahana-e-Mandi. I repeat, market superintendent was referred as Shahana-e-Mandi. Now he is going to take care of all the 4 markets, that is any merchant going for stock hoarding? And if he's doing that, a strict action needs to be taken against that merchant. Now, probably this person, market superintendent, Shahana Mandi, he can also fall into corrupt practices. And to prevent this, what happened? There were two officers that were appointed. These were spies, Barid and Munihan. So, Barid was intelligence officer and Munihan were the secret spies. They will keep an eye over the activities of Shahana Mandi. Then, specifically, you might have heard about one of the famous terminologies in North Indian, okay? And that is nothing but Bissa or Biswa. It's a land revenue unit measurement. And the origin of the Bissa or Biswa, it traced back to the era of Alauddin Khilji. So Alauddin Khilji had come up with the land revenue unit measurement, Bissa or Biswa. He had imposed taxes on the pasture land, which was referred as Chari tax. He has imposed taxes on the houses, which was referred as Ghari tax. Okay. One person whose name was Amir Khusro. He is also referred as father of Qawwali. Amir Khusro, he had patronized, or he was being patronized by whom? He was being patronized by Alauddin Khilji. In fact, he adorned the court of Alauddin Khilji. In fact, Amir Khusro was given the title Tuti-e-Hind, Parrot of India, by Alauddin Khilji. And Amir Khusro gave the title of Sikandar-e-Azam to Alauddin Khilji. Is that clear? Like if you visit Delhi, or if you come to Delhi, there's a place called as Nizamuddin Aulia's Dargah. And if you visit the Nizamuddin Aulia's Dargah, in the complex of the Dargah, you will find the tomb of Nizamuddin Aulia ji, who was a Sufi saint of Chishti Silsila. And in front of that, you will find the tomb of this person, Amir Khusro as well. Amir Khusro is also referred as father of Qawwali. Okay. So, he was given the title Tuti-e-Hind, Parrot of India, by Alauddin Khilji. Now, what are the important constructions that were being laid down by Alauddin Khilji? Alauddin Khilji had constructed the famous Haus Khas. Like one more important thing, he had constructed Mahal Hazar Satoon, that is Palace of 1,000 Pillars. Jamaat Khana Mosque, it was not constructed by Alauddin Khilji, but it was constructed by Khizr Khan, one of the sons of Alauddin Khilji. But it was constructed during the reign of Alauddin Khilji. So, Haus Khas, constructed by Alauddin Khilji. Alai Minar, constructed by Alauddin Khilji. Jamaat Khana Mosque by one of the sons of Alauddin Khilji, whose name was Khizr Khan. Mahal Hazar Satoon or Palace of 1,000 Pillars, constructed by whom? Khizr Khan, constructed by Alauddin Khilji. So these are the important things that you have to remember about Alauddin Khilji. Is the point clear to all of you, my friends? Yes? Is it clear? Now, again after Alauddin Khilji, there were series of weak successors. And one such person was Nasiruddin Khusro Shah. Like for a short span of time, it is believed that Malik Kafur sat on the throne. After Malik Kafur, there was Qutubuddin Mubarak Shah. He was one of the sons of Alauddin Khilji. He sat on the throne. Then Nasiruddin Khusro Shah, he sat on the throne. And he was the only Hindu convert to sit on the throne of Delhi Sultanate. Okay. So it is said that he was being overthrown by Ghazi Malik. Okay. And Ghazi Malik, who is Ghazi Malik? He was a military commander. And Ghazi Malik, it is believed that he overthrew whom? Specifically Nasiruddin Khusro Shah. And he laid the foundation of an independent dynasty which was referred as Tughlaq dynasty. Okay. So the foundation of Tughlaq dynasty was laid down by Ghazi Malik, also referred as Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq. Amyaraj, what is Chehra system? See, Dag means branding of horses. Now, as I've told you, with every horse, there was an associated soldier. So, very simple words, that horse became an identity for that particular soldier. And in that manner, it became quite easier to associate that soldier with that horse. So, if that horse is present, simple words, that person has come today. So, Chehra is nothing but it was made, that system was introduced specifically to ensure regular muster roll in the army. Is that clear? Who has asked this? Amyaraj? Okay. Now let's understand about Tughlaq dynasty. In Tughlaq dynasty, majorly we are going to throw light on two important parts, Muhammad bin Tughlaq and Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Okay. Pay attention carefully, listen to me carefully. Ghazi Malik, he laid the foundation of Tughlaq dynasty. Okay. So Ghazi Malik is also referred as Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq. Now, Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, he was a very intelligent personality, and he realized one thing, and he realized that why are these nobles oftenly shifting loyalties? These nobles oftenly shift loyalties because of the less payment or something. So what did he do? Ghazi Malik or Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, he increased the salary of all the nobles and ministers. Apart from this, the previous rulers, they had given all kind of liberal donations to the different Sufi saint. So what happened? This person, Ghazi Malik, what did he do? He asked all the Sufi saints to give back the donations that was being collected. At that time, all the major Sufi saints returned back the liberal donations that they had received from the previous sultan, except one, Nizamuddin Auliya ji. Nizamuddin Auliya ji, one of the Sufi saints, is also referred as Mehboob-e-Illahi, that is beloved of Allah. Okay, so he said that I'm not going to return back the liberal donations that I have got. And at that time, precisely speaking, from here onwards, Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq and Nizamuddin Auliya, they had dissenting relations. Correct? Now, Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, he had constructed a fort which is referred as Tughlaqabad Fort. And as per many historians, Tughlaqabad Fort is a cursed fort. Why it is referred as cursed fort? Because when, like as I've told you, there were dissenting relations between whom? Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq and Nizamuddin Auliya. And when he started the construction of Tughlaqabad Fort, at the same time Nizamuddin Auliya was constructing a step well. So the workers during the daytime, they used to work at Tughlaqabad Fort, and during the night time, they used to work at the step well. And when Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq comes to know about this, what did he do? He stopped the supply of oil to the step well so that the workers couldn't work in the night time. It is said that Nizamuddin Auliya, as per the different Islamic scholars, as per the different legendary stories, Nizamuddin Auliya ji, he had lit the lamps with the help of water. And he had said that this fort will remain a cursed fort. So he had cursed what we say Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq. So he laid the foundation of Tughlaqabad Fort. Now Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, he died at a place called as Afghanpur, which is quite closely located near Delhi. It's a village near Delhi. And precisely speaking, as per many historians, there was a plot done by one of his son, Muhammad bin Tughlaq, who is also referred as Juna Khan. Okay. Juna Khan, he played a very major role in the death of his father, Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq. Now, let's understand about Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Now, Muhammad bin Tughlaq is known for his different experiments. So, pay attention carefully about Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Muhammad bin Tughlaq, like different historians such as Ziauddin Barani, they have an opinion that he was a mixture of opposites. He was a wise fool. What this person will do, when he will take any action, nobody knows about this. Okay. So many historians and many Islamic scholars have called this person as a wise fool. In the entire Delhi Sultanate, you will come to know one important thing, that Muhammad bin Tughlaq is the most literate person. Throughout the Delhi Sultanate, I'm not saying just as a part of Tughlaq dynasty. Muhammad bin Tughlaq was the most literate person of the entire Delhi Sultanate. But still, he was considered as one of the most unsuccessful person of the entire Delhi Sultanate. And he is known for his 5 major experiments that he has undertaken. Now, what were the 5 major experiments of this person? Just let's throw light on that. Transfer of capital. Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he shifted the capital from Delhi to Daulatabad. Okay. Now, what reason did he cited? The reason that he cited was the continuous incursions and attacks around the region of Delhi by the Mongols. So if I shift the capital from Delhi to Daulatabad, I can save the people from the wrath of Mongols. Now tell me one thing. Suppose if the Mongols attack from the northwestern part of India, is it possible to stop the Mongols easily from Deccan or from region around Delhi? Obviously from the region around Delhi. But without giving a single thought, this person, he shifted the capital from Daulatabad. So he shifted the capital from Delhi to Daulatabad. And he spent lakhs of tankas on that. Lakhs of tankas. He constructed a complete road. On the side of the roads, he constructed many sarais. Sarais means the rest houses. Apart from this, he planted shady trees on both the sides of the road. In fact, people were forced to migrate from Delhi to Daulatabad. In fact, a historian named as V.D. Mahajan, he writes that a blind man, he was dragged to Daulatabad. Okay, 50% of the population, they died. Then rest of the population who reached here, due to the scarcity of water, they also died. After some time, Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he realized that I have conducted or I have done a huge mistake. So he retransferred the capital from Daulatabad to Delhi. Again, he spent lakhs of tankas on that. So transfer of capital from Delhi to Daulatabad, again retransfer of capital from Daulatabad to Delhi. Another important experiment, Khorasan expedition. You might have heard about this, that whenever there is a fight between two rulers, obviously this is an opportunity for the third ruler. Okay, but you should be very well prepared for that. Now, Khorasan, okay, around this region in the Central Asia, there was a complete turmoil going on. And it is one of the best opportunity for the ruler who is very well prepared to attack this region and acquire this region. Okay, it is one of the beautiful opportunities for the ruler. Now, what happened? This person, Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he raised an army and more than 3 lakh persons were there as a part of the army, Divaniyars. Like he had a regular standing army. Apart from regular standing army, he raised another army and gave them training for the next 6 to 8 months. He gave the salary to them for the next 6 to 8 months. Okay. And after 8 months, he comes to know that specifically the entire situation in Central Asia around the region of Khorasan, it has got normalized. Complete wastage of money, resources and time. Correct? So again, he had spent lakhs of tankas on that. Apart from this, have you ever given a thought that you are training your army in the plain areas? And for Khorasan, going to Khorasan, like you have to cross the snowy mountains, snow-clad mountains of the Khyber Pass located in Hindu Kush mountains. Then you have to fight in desert regions. How will you carry the resources that? Have you ever thought about this? Second field experiment. Another field experiment of Muhammad bin Tughlaq was increase in the taxes in the region of Doab. Now, what is Doab? Doab, it's a region which is joined by two important rivers. Like I'll give you a very simple example. Suppose if this is the main river that is flowing, if any river is joining the main river from the left side, it is referred as left bank tributary. On the other hand, if any river is joining the main river from the right side, it is referred as right bank tributary. And the area between these two rivers is referred as Doab. So Doab, it's a highly fertile region. So Ganga, Yamuna, Doab, it's a fertile region. So this person had spent a lot of money on his foolishness, on his experiments. So now he wanted to recover these losses. So what did he do? He increased the taxes in the region of Doab by 10 to 20 times. Okay. And unfortunately, the year in which he increased the taxes, what happened? Unfortunately, there was a famine in this region. So the peasants are unable to pay the actual money, the actual taxes. How will the peasant pay the extra money, extra taxes? So what happened? Now this person thought that I should help the peasants. So please remember one terminology. To help out the peasant, he had started one department and that department was referred as Diwane-Kohi department. Now Diwane-Kohi department is nothing but agriculture department. Okay. So he started a new department for the peasant which was referred as Diwane-Kohi department and he started giving loans to the peasant. And these loans were referred as Takavi loans. Now what are Takavi loans? The interest on these loans are very minimum. So to help out the peasant, he took these steps. So what did he do? He chose an area of approximately 70 to 84 square miles and he spent 70 lakh tankas to replenish the fertility of that region. After 4 to 5 years, he comes to know that this entire money that I've spent, it has gone in waste because the land, it is completely barren. We cannot expect any kind of outcome from this land. The third failed experiment. Then comes introduction of token currency. We should not imitate anyone. Correct? So what happened? I'll give you a very simple example. The ruler of Persia, he had introduced a new currency, Gai Khatu, his name was. Another ruler of China, Kublai Khan, he had introduced new currency. So this person, Muhammad bin Tughlaq, thought that why should I fall back? So he had introduced a token currency now. Okay. Now token currency was made in such a manner that it could be easily forged. It could be made in the home itself. Historians like V.D. Mahajan, like they highlight this fact in their book, that the house of every Hindu became a mint. Everyone can make these currency, everyone can make these coins at their homes itself. The peasants are now saying, do you want 20 times? We'll give you 30 times extra money. Why? Because it could be made in the home itself. He had to get in a lot of gold and silver in the market so that he can replace his token currency. The fourth field experiment, and the Karachi expedition was his fifth field experiment. Now, apart from these experiments, like during the time of Muhammad bin Tughlaq, there were different expeditions also that were led. Like he had led an expedition to the Nagarkot. Okay. Apart from this, like the expedition of Nagarkot, during the time of Muhammad bin Tughlaq, two new dynasties came into power in South India, Vijayanagar Empire and Bahamani Kingdom. Okay. Then the ruler of Deogiri or the ruler of the Daulatabad revolted against Muhammad bin Tughlaq. And to suppress this revolt, Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he came from Delhi to Daulatabad. He suppressed the revolt. After suppressing the revolt, he was going back to Delhi. And when Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he was going back to Delhi, he heard a news that a person, a noble in Gujarat, whose name was Taghi, he has also revolted against him. So he thought that it's better I go to Gujarat and suppress the revolt. Okay, otherwise it will spread again in the different parts of Gujarat. So he did not go back to Delhi. He came to Gujarat. And when he came to Gujarat, this person Taghi, he ran to the region of Sindh. Okay. Now Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he started chasing Taghi. So Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he entered into Sindh. So first of all, he entered into a place called as Gondal. Gondal, it is located in Sindh. Here Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he fell severely ill. But he rested for 3 to 4 days. And after a partial recovery of 3 to 4 days, again he started chasing Taghi. Okay, and Taghi, now he was in Thatta. But as soon as Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he reached Thatta, it is believed that he died. Okay, and Firoz Shah Tughlaq was chosen as the next ruler of the Tughlaq dynasty. About Muhammad bin Tughlaq, we also need to remember another important thing, that Muhammad bin Tughlaq, his court was being adorned by an person whose name was Ibn Battuta. Okay, he was a Moroccan traveler. So this Moroccan traveler, Ibn Battuta, adorned the court of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. He had stayed in the court of Muhammad bin Tughlaq for a span of 7.5 to 8 years and worked as a Qazi. And he has written a book referred as Kitab ul Rehla or Safar Nama Rehla. I repeat, Kitab ul Rihla or Safar Nama Rihla, written by Ibn Battuta, who had adorned the court of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Is everything clear about Muhammad bin Tughlaq, MBT? Okay. Yes, Khabri Live, very good evening. Please answer in the comment section. Okay, everything has been mentioned here. Now, let's talk about Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Yes, Khabri Live, he has mentioned many things in his accounts, many things. Okay. Now, as I've talked about this, that Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he wanted to suppress Taghi. So, initially he moved to a place called as Gondal in Sindh, and then he moved to a place called as Thatta in Sindh. Okay. And as soon as he reached in Thatta in Sindh, like precisely speaking, what happened? Like he died at this place. Now, when like he died, what happened? Whenever Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he used to lead an expedition to other places, there was a person who used to take care of his administration, and his name was Khwaja-e-Jahan. So Khwaja-e-Jahan, he was a prime minister, or he was a naib, okay, naib or a prime minister for Muhammad bin Tughlaq. And when he heard this news that Muhammad bin Tughlaq has died, Muhammad bin Tughlaq has passed away, what did he do? He placed one minor on the throne of Delhi Sultan. And at that time, it is said that everyone had chosen Firoz Shah Tughlaq as the next ruler in Thatta itself. So Firoz Shah Tughlaq, he thought that it is not good if I become the next Sultan, because at that time, this person, Khwaja-e-Jahan, he has chosen one of the minors, probably son of the Muhammad bin Tughlaq. But it was a plan of Khwaja-e-Jahan. And what was the plan? This minor, he can hardly rule and he will work as a puppet for him. So the Islamic scholars, they supported, or the Qazis and Ulemas, they supported Firoz Shah Tughlaq. And they said that Firoz Shah Tughlaq should become the next ruler. So Firoz Shah Tughlaq, he became the next Sultan. Khwaja-e-Jahan, he was removed from the post of Naib. And Firoz Shah Tughlaq, he had appointed another person whose name was Khan-e-Jahan Maqbool as his new Naib or Prime Minister. Now, there are many factual information about Firoz Shah Tughlaq, and this factual information is very, very important from the exam perspective. Okay, probably there could be question on the different departments that can be asked in the examination. So you have to pay attention carefully. So, precisely speaking, Firoz Shah Tughlaq, he became the next Sultan. Now, Firoz Shah Tughlaq, he had attacked the region of Bengal. He had attacked the region twice, but it was unsuccessful attempt. Apart from this, Firoz Shah Tughlaq had attacked the Jwalamukhi temple. The most important fact I'm telling you. He had attacked the fort of Nagarkot. After attacking the fort of Nagarkot, he had attacked the Jwalamukhi temple. And in Jwalamukhi temple, there were approximately 1300 Sanskrit manuscript. Please remember this. In Jwalamukhi temple, there were approximately 1300 manuscript. He got these 1300 Sanskrit manuscript translated into Persian language. And the translated version of these manuscript is referred as Dalail-e-Firoz Shahi. Okay, Dalail-e-Firoz Shahi. Then, as we had seen during the time of Muhammad bin Tughlaq, Taghi, he had moved towards the region of Sindh. Now, Firoz Shah Tughlaq, he knew that Taghi, probably he can make an alliance with the ruler of Sindh and attack Delhi Sultanate. So, he is a challenge to the throne of Delhi Sultanate. So, it is necessary to kill Taghi, to defeat Taghi once and for all. So, he gave the administration in the hands of one of his important minister whose name was Khan-e-Jahan Maqbool. Okay, and he, along with a huge force, started moving towards the region of Sindh. And for that purpose, what did he do? For that purpose, he moved to the region. He moved through this region, okay, of Gujarat. And he was lost in the jungles of Gujarat. And when he was lost in the jungles of Gujarat, what happened? Like after 6 months, many of them died due to different episodic diseases and so on. But this person, Khan-e-Jahan Maqbool, what did he do? He did not usurp the throne. In fact, he came to Gujarat searching for his master with a huge army again. And Khan-e-Jahan Maqbool and Firoz Shah Tughlaq again attacked the region of Sindh. And it is believed that the suspicion of this person, Firoz Shah Tughlaq, was true. Taghi, he had made an alliance with the ruler of Sindh whose name was Jam Bamnia. And both of them had a plan to attack Delhi Sultanate. So, Sindh was also conquered and captured. The ruler of Sindh was defeated. So, this was about the expansionist approach and the expansionist policy of Firoz Shah Tughlaq. But what about the administrative works? Firoz Shah Tughlaq, he was a bigot. Bigot means he was a fundamentalistic follower of Islam. Fundamentalistic. Like it is said that he had openly burnt a Brahmin who had questioned the ayats of Quran, who had questioned the verses of Quran. Apart from this, he had created different departments. So what were the important departments that were created by Firoz Shah Tughlaq? Diwan-e-Khairat department. It was a charity department. Like there were more than 180,000 slaves. And for these 180,000 slaves, he had created another important department, Diwan-e-Bandgan department. That is the department of slaves. So Diwan-e-Khairat, it's a charity department. Diwan-e-Bandgan, it's a slave department. Then comes another important department that he had created. Precisely speaking, Diwan-e-Ishtiyaq department. Like what are the major reasons for corruption? Low salary. And in that case, what had happened? Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq had increased his salary by 10 times. Now this person, he had started another department, Diwan-e-Ishtiyaq department, which was nothing but department of pensions. So specifically, these people cannot fall into any kind of corrupt practices. So remember these terminologies. Okay. The first terminology was Diwane Ishtiyaq Department, then Diwane Bandgan Department. This is nothing but Department of Slaves. Then apart from this, we had discussed Diwane Khairat Department. That is nothing but Charity Department. Okay. Jizya was collected from non-Muslim. Now, what is a jizya? Jizya, it's a kind of a pilgrim tax that was imposed on non-Muslims. Clear? Now, precisely speaking, whatever taxes that was collected from the people, that was utilized for the different welfaristic activities. I'll give you a very simple example. Like, as per historian Farishta, more than 845 canals were being constructed by this person, Firoz Shah Tughlaq. And the Persian word for canal was Rajwah. I repeat, the Persian word for canal was Rajwah. As I've told you in the start of the session itself, terminologies are very, very important, friends. Okay. So, Rajwah, that was initiated by whom? It was started by Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Another important and the crucial aspect about Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Like, if you remember, Ikta system that was initiated by Iltutmish, but at that time, Ikta system was not hereditary. Ikta system was made hereditary by Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Please remember this. Another crucial point that you have to remember, the construction of Qutub Minar, it was being initiated by Qutubuddin Aibak. It was completed by Iltutmish. But in the coming years, Qutub Minar was struck by lightning. In fact, the upper floor or the upper story was struck by lightning and it was destroyed. It was repaired by Firoz Shah Tughlaq. The upper story of Qutub Minar was repaired by Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Clear? He brought the Ashokan pillars from Topara and Meerut to Delhi. So these are the important things that you need to remember about Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Hope you guys are noting down the points along with me whenever whatever points I'm saying. So I'll repeat the points again. Diwane Khairat Charity Department. Diwane Ishtiyaq Pensions Department. Diwane, Bandagan Slave Department. Apart from this, there was free hospital service. Completely free. And precisely speaking, there were these free hospitals were referred as Shifa Khana or Darul Shifa. Please remember this terminology, Shifa Khana or Darul Shifa. Is that clear to all of you? Then, apart from this, it is also believed that this person, Firoz Shah Tughlaq, he had brought the Ashokan pillars from Topara and Meerut to Delhi. He had reconstructed the Qutub Minar, and apart from this, which was struck by lightning, and specifically speaking, it is also believed that this person, he had done many works specifically related to the canals, and the Persian word for canal was referred as Rajwa. He had made Ikta system hereditary. So these are the important and the crucial aspects that you need to remember about Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Hope so the points are clear to all of you. Okay, everything has been mentioned here. And one more thing, he had patronized Ziauddin Barani, who was a famous historian who has written a book, Tarikh-e Firoz Shahi and Fatwa-e Jahandari. Hope so the points are clear. My friends, I have covered in quite depth and detail the entire medieval Indian history. If you go on the on YouTube and if you search StudyIQ IS English History, in medieval Indian history, I have covered 40 lectures, and in those lectures, I have covered the entire medieval history in quite depth and detail. I am covering these lectures just from the perspective of beginners, those aspirants, those who are initiating their preparation. Is that clear, friends? Okay. Okay. So, moving on next, another important dynasty. See, after Tughlaq dynasty, there was an attack by the Mongols again. And specifically speaking, like Timur, he had plundered the region around Delhi. Okay. And after some time, there was a person who was there was a person who was associated with Timur. Okay. His name was Khizr Khan. Now, Khizr Khan, he had acquired the region of Delhi and he laid the foundation of a new dynasty which was referred as Sayyid dynasty. This was the fourth important dynasty. Okay, this was the fourth important dynasty that ruled over Delhi Sultanate. Yes, Khabri Live, I can understand terminologies are a bit difficult to remember. But see, if you, as I've told you previously itself, that there is one process that you can follow, that is SFC, story, fact and concept. Whenever you associate any particular fact, concept, terminology with the help of a story, things become quite easier to remember in that case. And for terminologies, I usually suggest you go for continuous revision. That is the only key for remembering these terminology, facts and concept. Okay. Now, the foundation of Sayyid dynasty was laid down by Khizr Khan. Okay. Now, Khizr Khan, he did not assume the title of Sultan. In fact, he had assumed the title of Rayat-e-Ala. Okay. After Khizr Khan comes to power his son, whose name was Mubarak Shah. Okay. Now, Mubarak Shah, he followed the policy of transferring the one noble from one fief to the other fief. Why did he follow the policy of transferring the nobles from one fief to the other fief? There was a reason behind that. Because if nobles stay at a particular place for more than 3 to 4 years, they start developing a local influence and they can overpower Sultan. So Mubarak Shah, he followed the policy of transferring his own nobles, and because of this, he had a lot of animosity with his own ministers. So he was being killed and he was being replaced by another person whose name was Muhammad Shah. After Muhammad Shah, the last ruler of Sayyid dynasty was Alauddin Alam Shah. Now, Alauddin Alam Shah, he moved to the place called as Badaयूं. Badaयूं, it is located in Uttar Pradesh. And he left the administration in Delhi in the hands of two of his important and trusted nobles, whose name was Hisam Khan and Hamid Khan. Okay, can you imagine? This person, Alauddin Alam Shah, he moved to Badaयूं, and since he loved this place, since he liked this place, he told his, ministers, Hisam Khan and Hamid Khan, that you take care of the administration in Delhi. I'm enjoying in Badaयूं. Okay. So what happened? These two people, Hisam Khan and Hamid Khan, they started groupings. There were certain nobles who were siding with Hamid Khan. There were certain nobles who were siding with Hisam Khan. So what happened? Hamid Khan, he invited one of the person whose name was Behlol Lodi. And Behlol Lodi, he came here. He occupied the region of Delhi and laid the foundation of another important dynasty, which was referred as Lodi dynasty. This is not Lodi, this is Lodi dynasty. Okay. So the foundation of Lodi dynasty was being laid down by Behlol Lodi. Lodi dynasty is the first Afghan dynasty to rule over Delhi Sultanate. I repeat the point again. Lodi dynasty is the first Afghan dynasty to rule over Delhi Sultanate. Okay. Then its foundation was being laid down by Behlol Lodi. Now remember one thing. I'll tell you one important fact. If anybody asks you a question, there were 5 consecutive dynasties that ruled over Delhi Sultanate. Okay. Slave dynasty, Khilji dynasty, Tughlaq, Sayyid and Lodi. Okay. Among them, in all the 5 dynasty, who was the ruler who ruled for the longest tenure? So it was Behlol Lodi who ruled for the longest tenure. He ruled for 38 years. Another important person who ruled for 37 years was Firoz Shah Tughlaq. He ruled for 37 years. Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he ruled for 26 years. Okay. So Behlol Lodi, he ruled for 38 years. He laid the foundation of Lodi dynasty. And in fact, like it is said that he knew one thing: until and unless I garner the support of other Afghan nobles, I cannot sustain this throne for a long time. Okay. So Behlol Lodi, what did he do? He called the nobles, he said the nobles that I am one among the Afghan peers. I am one among you. And in that case, Behlol Lodi, he laid the strong foundation of Lodi dynasty. He defeated the rulers of Sharki dynasty that ruled over the region of Jaunpur. He was succeeded by his son Sikandar Lodi. Clear? Sikandar Lodi, he is considered as the greatest ruler of all the 3 Lodi dynasty rulers. Clear? Then Sikandar Lodi, again it is believed that he is known for one of the land revenue unit measurement, which is referred as Gaj. You have heard about this. Gaj is Sikandari. Okay, the land revenue unit measurement that was initiated by Sikandar Lodi. So he initiated specifically Gaj, one of the land revenue unit measurements. Okay, then after one more thing, like if you want to understand about Sikandar Lodi, he had what we say wrote the poem in the pen name Gul Rukhi. This speaks about the life of the people during the time of Delhi Sultanate. So Sikandar Lodi, Gaj Sikandari, apart from this, Gul Rukhi, and the most important, he beautified the city of Agra. Three important points that needs to be remembered about Sikandar Lodi. And the last ruler of Lodi dynasty was Ibrahim Lodi. Now, Ibrahim Lodi, he was not that competent ruler like his father Sikandar Lodi. He used to openly humiliate his ministers in the court itself. So, there was one person whose name was Daulat Khan Lodi. There was another person whose name was Alam Khan, who was uncle of Ibrahim Lodi. What happened? They could not succumb to the humiliation by Ibrahim Lodi, and finally they invited Babur to invade India. And in 1526, first battle of Panipat, it was fought between Babur and Ibrahim Lodi, in which Ibrahim Lodi was defeated and Babur laid the foundation of an independent Mughal dynasty in India. So this is basically about Delhi Sultanate. My friends, hope the points are clear to all of you. Okay. Now, in short, within next 2 minutes, I'll be speaking about the administration of Delhi Sultanate, and then we'll take a short break of 15 to 20 minutes, and then we'll continue with the Mughals and Marathas. Okay. Terminologies are important. Please note it down along with me. Okay, friends. Ikta, iktadar. Shik, shikdar. District. Pargana, Amil. Mauza, Mauza, Mukaddam और Chaudhary. Friends, listen to me carefully. Terminologies are important, so pay attention carefully. We have seen the modern administration as a part of ancient India, and what did we see? At the apex of the administration, we have king, and king is assisted in performance of his duties by council of ministers. These council of ministers are headed by a prime minister referred as Mantri Parishad, Adhyaksh or Pradhan Mantri. Similarly, here as well, at the apex of the administration, we have Sultan. And Sultan is assisted in performance of his duties by council of ministers, and these council of ministers are referred as Majlis-e Khalwat. I repeat, these council of ministers are referred as Majlis-e Khalwat. Okay. Now, precisely speaking, a very simple example, this Majlis-e Khalwat is headed by a person who is referred as a prime minister. And who is, who is the head of Majlis-e Khalwat? Naib. So Naib is acting as a channel of communication between Sultan on one side and the Council of Ministers or Majlis-e Khalwat on the other side. I will repeat the point again. Pay attention carefully. At the apex of the administration, we have Sultan. Sultan is assisted in performance of his duties by Council of Ministers. These Council of Ministers are referred as Majlis-e Khalwat. And Majlis-e Khalwat is headed by a prime minister who is referred as Naib. Very simple words, Naib is acting as a channel of communication between the Council of Ministers on one side and the specifically Sultan on the other side. So as a part of Majlis-e Khalwat, there are different departments. We had seen the different department, Diwan-e-Wazirat department, that is finance department. You can note this down. Diwan-e-Arz department, that is defense department or military department. Diwan-e-Khairat department, charity department. Then Diwan-e, this Diwan-e Khairat department, charity department, Diwan-e Ishtiyaq department, that is pension department, Diwan-e Kohi department, agriculture department that was created by Muhammad bin Tughlaq, Diwan-e Rasalat department. So these were the different departments that worked as a part of Majlis-e Khalwat. So this was at the central level. But what about the provinces? Okay. So during the time of Delhi Sultanate, there were different provinces, and these provinces were referred as Iqta. Now, Iqta was headed by Iqtadar, Mukti or Wali. Okay, I repeat, Iqta was headed by Iqtadar, Mukti or Wali. Now, provinces were further divided into district. Districts were referred as Shik, and Shik was headed by Shikdar. District was further subdivided into sub-district, taluka, tehsil or town. And this sub-district, taluka, tehsil or town was referred as Pargana, and Pargana was headed by Amil. At the grassroots level, we have village, which was referred as Mauza, and Mauza was headed by Muqaddam or Chaudhary. So, at the central level, there was Sultan. Sultan was assisted by Majlis-e Khalwat, and Majlis-e Khalwat was headed by Prime Minister or Naib. Okay. At the provincial level, like there were different provinces. These provinces were referred as Iqta. Iqta was headed by Iqtadar, which was further divided into district. District was referred as Shik. Shik was headed by Shikdar. It was further divided into sub-district, which was referred as Pargana. Pargana was headed by Amil. Further, villages were referred as Mauza, headed by Muqaddam or Chaudhary. So, my friends, this was basically about the administration of Delhi Sultanate. After this, we'll take a break of 15 to 20 minutes. After a break, we are going to throw light on the Mughals and the Marathas within a span of 1.5 hours maximum. Is that clear to all of you? So, friends, just take a short break of 15 to 20 minutes. Okay, and after a break, we are going to throw light on Mughals. Okay, friends. Yes, Hilarious. Yes, friends, regathered everyone. So let's continue with Mughals. So before we continue with Mughals, let me ask you a few questions so that I can understand how many of you have keenly listened to what we have discussed till now. My first question to you guys is, who made ICTA system hereditary? Yes, who made the ICTA system hereditary? I'll be asking you just 3 questions. Fast, and then we'll continue with the Mughals part. Who made the ICTA system hereditary? It was Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Second question. In the entire Delhi Sultanate, who was the ruler who ruled for the longest tenure? I'll give you a hint. He was a ruler of Lodi dynasty. Yes. He was the ruler of Lodi dynasty, friends. He ruled for the longest tenure. Very good. Satwan, Firoz Shah Tughlaq for the previous one. Answer is Behlol Lodi. And the last question is, yes, who started the Turkani-Chahalgani system? My question is, who started Turkani-Chahalgani system and who abolished the Turkani-Chahalgani system? Yes, it was started by Iltutmish and it was abolished by Balban. Is that clear? Now let's understand within next 1 hour about the Marathas, about the Mughals and the Marathas in short. Okay, so pay attention carefully. Again, we are going to go through the basics, wherein, like as I've told you in the start of the session itself today, that here I'm trying to cover the basic NCERT, or I'm trying to cover the basic facts that are mentioned in the different books such as Tamil Nadu State Board book. Apart from this, I have covered in depth and detail the entire medieval Indian history, and there are approximately series of 39 to 40 lectures that are available on YouTube. So you can search in the playlist. Is that clear, everyone? Now, without wasting any more time, let's begin with the Mughals. Zahiruddin Muhammad Babur. Now, as it comes with Babur, you have to remember the first battle of Panipat that was fought in 1526. After that, you have to remember Battle of Khanwa between Babur and Rana Sangaji of Mewar. Then third important thing that you have to remember, the Battle of Chanderi. And the fourth important, the Battle of Ghagra when it comes to Babur. Now, Babur, it's a Persian word which basically means tiger. And he was born at a place called as Fargana, which is located in Uzbekistan. His father's name was Umar Sheikh Mirza. And precisely, Babur had a Mongol lineage. So you can say that the lineage of Mughals belonged to the Mongol lineage. Okay. Precisely speaking about Babur, like Babur, it is said that like his father passed away, and around the age of 12 or 14 years of age, he became the ruler of Samarkand. But with the passage of time, there was a lot of skirmishes here. And the nobles oftenly kept on switching their loyalties. So the region of Samarkand, it moved from the hands of Babur and it went into the hands of Uzbek. Finally, Babur had conquered the region of Kabul. And for the long span of time, Babur was having an eye over India. But Babur was not getting an opportunity. Finally, as we had seen, the last ruler of Lodi dynasty was Ibrahim Lodi. And Ibrahim Lodi, unlike his father Sikandar Lodi, was not that able administrator. He used to openly humiliate his ministers. And in that case, these ministers had developed a kind of animosity against Ibrahim Lodi. So one such person was Daulat Khan Lodi. He was the governor of Punjab. Okay. Now, I'll give you a very small example about this. Now, once, like, why Ibrahim Lodi and Daulat Khan Lodi, there was an animosity. Like, once upon a time, Ibrahim Lodi, he had conducted one meeting, and for that purpose, he had appointed the governor of different provinces. And he had appointed the governor of Punjab, whose name was Daulat Khan Lodi. Now, Daulat Khan Lodi, he was busy working with the peasants and the farmers there. So he said that until and unless it's very important, I will send one of my sons to meet you. So he dispatched one of his sons, whose name was Dilawar Khan Lodi, to meet Babur. Now, Babur, he humiliated Dilawar Khan Lodi in what manner? Like, he took Dilawar Khan Lodi to the, the prisons, and he said that, can you see these prisoners? So Dilawar Khan Lodi said, yes. So those people who defy my orders, they have to meet the same fate. So it was a kind of a deterrence that was shown by Ibrahim Lodi against Dilawar Khan Lodi. And Dilawar Khan Lodi, he informed everything to his father Daulat Khan Lodi. So Daulat Khan Lodi had a kind of animosity towards Ibrahim Lodi. Another person was Alam Khan. Alam Khan, he was one of the uncles of Ibrahim Lodi. He also had an animosity against Ibrahim Lodi. So Alam Khan and Daulat Khan Lodi invited Babur to invade India. And in 1526, the first battle of Panipat was fought. Now the question arrives here, Babur had come with a handful force, that is 10 to 15,000 soldiers. On the other hand, the army of Ibrahim Lodi consisted of 1,10,000 to 1,20,000 soldiers. But still, Babur emerged victorious. What was the reason? The technique that was used by Babur. So please remember this. Babur had deployed one technique in the first battle of Panipat, which is referred as Tulu Guma technique, also referred as Rumi technique, also referred as Arba system. Okay. Now, what is this system all about? A very simple example I'll give you. A very, very simple example so that you can easily understand the points. Suppose here are the forces of Ibrahim Lodi. Okay, here is the forces of Babur. So what did Babur do? Babur divided his forces into different parts. Here in the center, the ruler was there. Then here, there was a forward force on both the side, left side and the right side. Here, there was a reserve force on both left side and right side. Here, there were different bullock carts. Okay, and these bullock carts were connected by a leather strap, and this leather strap was referred as Arba. Behind these bullock carts were cannons. So Babur was the first Muslim ruler to use gunpowder in India. So when the cannons were fired, what happened? The elephants, they used to get confused, and elephants, when they are confused, they tremble down their own men. So in such a situation, when the forces will start retreating, one force will advance from this side, other force will advance from this side. In very simple words, this technique was deployed by Babur in the first battle of Panipat. And this technique is referred as Tulu Guma technique or Arba system or Rumi technique. In fact, Babur has learned this technique from Battle of Saraipul. In fact, Battle of Saraipul, it was fought between Babur and Saibani Khan. It is also referred as Battle of Transoxiana. Although Babur had lost this battle, but still he had learned something from this battle. And the technique that he had learned was Rumi technique or Arba system that he had deployed in the first battle of Panipat. He was the first Muslim ruler to use gunpowder in India. Yes, Kaizenji, very good evening. Then, another important battle that Babur had fought in India was Battle of Khanwa, and it was fought between Babur and Rana Sangaji of Mewar. Now, there is one more battle which is hidden within the books of history, and that is nothing but Battle of Bayana. It was fought between the Mughal forces and Rana Sangaji, and in this battle, Rana Sangaji had emerged victorious. So what had happened? Babur had taken a vote, until and unless I destroy Rana Sangaji. Now, who was Rana Sangaji? See, there was one dynasty which was referred as Guhila dynasty or Sisodia dynasty. Its foundation was being laid down by Bappa Rawal. And this dynasty ruled over the region of Mewar. And it encompassed different regions such as Pratapgarh, Rajsamand, Chittorgarh, with Chittorgarh as its capital. And there are different rulers of Sisodia dynasty, like for example, Raja Hamir Dev, okay, then Rana Raimal, Rana Sangaji, who is also referred as Sangram Singh, okay, in the coming years, Maharana Pratapji, all these are the rulers of Sisodia dynasty. or specifically Guhila dynasty, whose foundation was being laid down by Bappa Rawal. Now, there's a beautiful story associated with Rana Sanga. If you see the pic of Rana Sangaji, you will observe that Rana Sangaji, he does not have one eye and he does not have one arm. Like the father of Rana Sangaji was whom? Rana Raimal. And Rana Raimal had 4 sons, Prithviraj, Shesh, Jaimal and Sangram Singh. I repeat, Rana Raimal, he had 4 sons, Prithviraj, Shesh, Jaimal and Sangram Singh. Sangram Singh means Rana Sanga. Okay. After the death of Rana Raimal, there was a fight between the 4 brothers for the throne. Now Prithviraj, he became so greedy for the throne that he tried to kill his own brother, and he blinded with one eye his brother Rana Sangaji or Rana Sangram Singh Ji, and he cut one of his hand. But with the support of other Rajput rulers, he became the next ruler of Mewar. Okay, so that was the Sangram Singh Ji or Rana Sanga. So Battle of Khanwa, it was fought in 1527 between Rana Sanga and Babur. And Rana Sanga was supported by other rulers as well. Okay, but there was one traitor whose name was Silhadi Tomar. And because of this, Rana Sanga, he was severely injured on the battlefield. And in that case, Battle of Khanwa, it was in favor of Babur. Third important battle that Babur fought in 1528 was Battle of Chanderi. Battle of Chanderi was fought between Babur and Medini Rao, in which again Babur emerged victorious. And Battle of Ghagra was fought between one of the brothers of Ibrahim Lodi and Babur. Again here Babur emerged victorious. So continuously from 1526 to 1529, Babur had fought 4 battles in India. Battle of Panipat, Battle of Khanwa, Battle of Chanderi and Battle of Ghagra, the last one. Okay. Apart from this, it is believed that like Babur, he had started Charbagh system in India. Charbagh system, like for example, if you have observed any of the Mughal structure, you can observe in this manner. Like the Mughal structures, like this is the Charbagh system. Suppose here there is a Mughal palace, and if you want to enter from here, so what happens? You come here, and here you will observe a fountain. Okay, from here you will go in this manner, and then you enter into the palace. So in between there is a fountain, and by this side you will observe 4 gardens. This system is referred as Charbagh system, and this system was initiated by Babur. Clear? Apart from this, it is believed that Babur had constructed 2 mosques in India. One mosque was constructed at Sambal in UP, and second mosque was constructed at Panipat. Most important aspect, Babri Masjid was not constructed by Babur. The famous Babri Masjid was constructed by the military commander of Babur, whose name was Mir Baqi. Okay, and Babur died at the age of 47, and after Babur, his son Humayun becomes the next Mughal emperor. So you have to remember 4 to 5 important things about Babur. First thing, first battle of Panipat was fought between Babur and Ibrahim Lodi, wherein Babur had used one technique which is referred as Tuluguma technique, also referred as Rumi technique or Arba system, followed by Battle of Khanwa between Babur and Rana Sangaji of Mewar. In 1528, he fought another battle, that is Battle of Chanderi, Babur and Medini Rao. Battle of Ghagra, 1529. He had constructed 2 mosques in India, and they are it was constructed at Sambal and Panipat. The famous Babri Masjid was not constructed by Babur, it was constructed by his military commander, whose name was Mir Baqi. Babur had written his own biography, Tuzuk-e-Babri, in Turkish language. And later on, it was translated into Persian language by Abdur Rahim Khan-e Khanan. I repeat the point. Babur had written his biography in Turkish language, Tuzuk-e-Babri. It was later on translated into Turkish language by whom? By Abdur Rahim Khan-e Khanan. Is that clear? Moving on to the next one, Humayun. Hope so the points about Babur are clear. Humayun, again it's a Persian word, which basically means fortunate enough. But unfortunately, Humayun is considered as the most unfortunate ruler of the entire Mughal dynasty. Why? Because from 1540 to 1555, there was a span, it is referred as political vacuum from the side of Mughals in India. Why? Because during that time, there was establishment of another dynasty which was referred as Sur dynasty or Sher Shah Suri. Like the foundation of Sur dynasty was laid down by Sher Shah Suri, also referred as Farid Khan. So what is the story of Humayun? Let's understand. Now Babur, he died at the age of 47 and he had 4 sons, Kamran, Askar, Hindal and Humayun. And Babur called one of his son Humayun and said that now if you all brothers keep on fighting among yourself, if there is an internal bickering between you brothers, it would be seen as an opportunity by the Afghans to take over the command over the Mughals. So distribute the kingdom among yourself. So Humayun, he gave certain parts of his kingdom to his brother Kamran, Askar and Hindal. Now Humayun, it basically means fortunate enough, but he's considered as one of the most unfortunate ruler. Apart from this, Humayun is considered as the most literate ruler of the entire Mughal dynasty, but he was not that successful. Now, after the death of Babur, Humayun had to face many challenges. What were the challenges? Like Babur had continuously fought battles for 4 to 5 years in India. And in that case, he was not able to consolidate the empire properly. First thing. Whatever wealth he had accumulated, Babur, he had randomly distributed that wealth among his nobles and ministers. So Humayun, he was facing financial crisis. Third important thing, like controlling the heterogeneous army, because the army of Babur, it consisted of Uzbek, it consisted of Afghans, it consisted of Turks. So controlling that army requires a strong leadership. And that kind of a leadership was not there in Humayun. So these were the challenges that were faced with Humayun. Another important challenge that Humayun had to face was the Afghans in the east and the Gujarat or the ruler of Gujarat. So in that case, what happened? There were 2 important battles that were fought during the time of Humayun. One was Battle of Chausa, second one was Battle of Kannauj. And in both these battles, Humayun had to face a humiliating defeat. In Battle of Chausa, Humayun was defeated by Sher Shah Suri. And when Humayun was defeated, Humayun fled away from the battlefield. Okay, but Farid Khan or Sher Shah Suri, he chased Humayun till Kannauj. And in Battle of Chausa was fought in 1539. In 1540, another battle was fought which was referred as Battle of Kannauj or Battle of Biligram. Okay, in this battle, finally Humayun, he escaped from the battlefield again and he left India at that time. And from 1540 to 1555, there was a political vacuum from the side of Mughals in India because now a new dynasty was laid down by Sher Shah Suri, which is referred as Sur dynasty. Okay. His original name is Farid. His father's name was specifically Hassan. And Hassan, he was working as a minister for Lodi dynasty ruler. Okay. I'll repeat the points again. Precisely speaking, the name of the father of Sher Shah Suri or Farid was Hassan. And Hassan was working as a minister for Lodi dynasty ruler and he was having a Jagir of Sasaram in Bihar under his control. Now, after his death, this Jagir passed on to whom? Sher Shah Suri or Sher Khan. In 1539 and 1540, he had driven out the Mughals out from India and again he had restored back the Afghan rule in India. From 1540 to 1555, continuously he had followed the policy of expansionism in India, continuously. And he had conquered the major territories in the northern part of India such as Marwad, Ranthambore, Merta and so on. Okay. And in 1545, while besieging the fort of Kalinjar located in Bundelkhand, see, Madhya Pradesh is divided into different geographical units. The southern part of Madhya Pradesh is referred as Nimad. The eastern part of Madhya Pradesh is referred as Baghelkhand. Western part of MP is referred as Malwa. The northwestern part of MP is referred as Chambal. On the other hand, the northern part of Madhya Pradesh is referred as Bundelkhand. And there is an important fort which is referred as Fort of Kalinjar. Okay. So, Sher Shah Suri, while besieging the fort of Kalinjar, there was an accidental blast of gunpowder. And due to this accidental blast of gunpowder, Sher Shah Suri, he got injured and after this he succumbed to death. But Sher Shah Suri, just within a span of 5 to 6 years, he had done many administrative works as well. Now let me give you a very simple example. During the time of Sher Shah Suri, like he had constructed 4 important highways, okay? Because he knew one important thing, that if we have to go for trade promotions, if we have to go for increased revenue, we have to go for increased trading activities. And for that purpose, he laid the construction of 4 important highways. Sonargaon to Sindh, Agra to Burhanpur, Jodhpur to Chittor, Lahore to Multan. Apart from this, he laid the foundation, what we today call it as Grand Trunk Road, which comes from, like it is from Chittagong to Kabul, that is from present day Bangladesh to Afghanistan. Its foundation was being laid down by Sher Shah Suri. Okay, and at that time, it was not referred as Grand Trunk Road, it was referred as Sadak-e-Azam. I repeat, it was referred as Sadak-e-Azam. It was referred as Grand Trunk Road by the Britishers later on. In fact, Sadak-e-Azam was called as Grand Trunk Road later on by one of the officers of English East India Company or one of the Governor Generals of English East India Company, whose name was Lord Auckland. So please remember, Lord Auckland, he has given the name Grand Trunk Road. Apart from this, his empire was divided into different provinces. These provinces were referred as Sarkar, like as it is mentioned here. Like the empire was divided into different Sarkars, which were 47 Sarkar. Apart from this, there were different officers such as Fotedar, who was referred as treasurer, Karkun, who was an accountant. And there were other departments such as Diwan-e-Waziriyat department, then Diwan-e-Arz military department, Diwan-e-Rasalat correspondence department, and so on. Okay, so these were the important things about Sher Khan or Sher Shah Suri. And now after Sher Shah Suri, like one more important thing, as discussed previously, the book Padmavat was written by Malik Muhammad Jayasi. And it was written in Awadhi language. It was written down during the time of Sher Shah Suri. Okay. And apart from this, it is also believed that after Sher Shah Suri, there were a series of weak successors. Now, in 1540, Humayun was driven out of India. Okay. Where did he go? He went to Sindh. And he started working as a minister in the court of a Hindu ruler whose name was Rana Prasad. And here he had married Hamida Bano Begum. And the son of Hamida Bano Begum and Humayun was Jalaluddin Muhammad Akbar. Now Humayun, he lived his life continuously in exile. He moved from one place to the other place. Finally, he goes to Persia. And he requests the ruler of Persia that after the death of Sher Shah Suri, there is a complete situation of turmoil in India. And I want to re-establish the rule of Mughals in India. The ruler of Persia was ready to help out Humayun, but he had one condition, that you have to accept Shia. Okay, and then only I am going to help you out. So Humayun was ready for that. Okay, and in that case, Humayun again attacked India in 1555. He uprooted completely the Sur dynasty and again laid the foundation of Mughal Empire in India after a political vacuum, after a span of 15 years. And in that manner, Humayun re-established the Mughal Empire in India. It is believed that around 1556, Humayun, he fell from the staircase of his library and he succumbed to death. The biography of Humayun, Humayun Nama, is written by his sister, and the name of the sister is Gulbadan Begum. So please remember this. Humayun Nama was written by whom? It is written by Gulbadan Begum. Is that clear? And the library was referred as Deen Pana. So that is all about Babur and Humayun. Hope so the points are clear to all of you. Okay. Now let's understand about Akbar in the next 15 minutes. And we have to understand Akbar in bit detail, not complete detail. If you observe the playlist that I have taken on medieval Indian history, just Akbar I have explained approximately for 2 hours. Just Akbar I am saying. Okay. So here just we'll go for a short synopsis of what were the important things, what were the important events that took place during the time of Akbar. Okay. Now, as we have discussed, Humayun, he fell from the staircase of his library, Deen Pana, and he died. And at that time, Akbar was just 14 years of age. And he was at a place called as Kalanor, located in Gurdaspur, Punjab. Okay. And second battle of Panipat was fought between Akbar and Hemchandra Vikram Aditya, also referred as Hemu. Now, specifically, as we have discussed, that Akbar was just 14 to 15 years of age at this time. So, who was supporting Akbar? There was one person who was loyal to father of Akbar. Okay, his name was Bairam Khan. And in fact, he was also loyal towards Akbar as well. Okay, and he was working as a prime minister for Akbar. His name was Bairam Khan. So, second battle of Panipat, although it was fought between Akbar and Hemu, majorly it was fought between Bairam Khan and Hemu. Okay, in second battle of Panipat, Akbar emerged victorious. Now, there are two important characters who are associated with the life of Akbar. In fact, you can say three important characters. One character was Bairam Khan. You might have seen the movie Jodha Akbar. Okay. Second important character was Adam Khan. And third important character associated with the life of Akbar was Mahama Anga. So these are the three important characters associated with the life of Akbar. Now, as I've told you, Bairam Khan, he served as a prime minister to Akbar and he was also loyal towards his father Humayun as well. But with the passage of time, Akbar started observing one thing, that Bairam Khan, his influence is increasing more and more in the administration. And he's trying to get all the nobles and ministers by his side. So with the passage of time, this person, Akbar, what did he do? He asked Bairam Khan that you have to retire to Hajj. You need to go to Hajj. Okay. And you have to resign from your post of prime minister or Naib. Initially, he was reluctant, but finally, Bairam Khan resigned from his post and he went to Hajj. Some unidentified person killed him on the way itself. Now, who was Mahama Anga? As per many historians, Mahama Anga was also the foster mother of Akbar. As I have told you, like Akbar was a son of Hamida Bano Begum and Humayun. And Humayun had spent most of his life in exile. So, in such a situation, Akbar was being raised up by Mahama Anga. And Mahama Anga had a lot of importance in the life of Akbar. In fact, Mahama Anga had a lot of a political interference as well. Okay. And the son of Mahama Anga was Adam Khan. So, if she is a foster mother, he becomes a foster brother of Akbar. Okay. Can you imagine? Many of the historians do believe that the span from 1560 to 62, there was so much of the political influence of Mahama Anga in the Akbar's administration that many of the historians call this period as the petticoat government. Why petticoat government? Because there was a lot of interference by whom? Mahama Anga in the affairs of the administration. Now, Akbar, he followed the policy of expansionism. So, Akbar, he conquered the region of Gujarat. As I have told you, Gujarat is very important from the perspective of trade. And secondly, Malwa is also very important. Why Malwa is important? Because Malwa, it is the gateway to South. It is considered as the, it opens the doors of South India. Hence, these two regions are very important. Malwa, it is located in western part of Madhya Pradesh. So, Akbar, he had conquered the region of Gujarat. And to commemorate his victory over Gujarat, he had made a new city which is referred as Fatehpur Sikri. And in Fatehpur Sikri, he had constructed one gate which was referred as Buland Darwaza to commemorate his victory over Gujarat. Now, Malwa. Malwa, it is located in western part of Madhya Pradesh and it is strategically very, very important. So, what happened? This region of Malwa, it was ruled by Baz Bahadur. And there's a very beautiful story associated with Baz Bahadur and Rani Roopmati. It's a love story of Rani Roopmati and Baz Bahadur. So, Baz Bahadur, he was the ruler of Malwa. And Rani Roopmati, she was a shepherdess. So, once upon a time, this person, Baz Bahadur, he goes into the jungles for hunting. And when he goes into the jungles for hunting, he hears of a sound of a flute being played. And he starts moving in the direction of that sound. Okay. And when he starts moving in the direction of that sound, specifically, he saw a lady, a shepherdess who was playing this flute and she was very pretty. So Baz Bahadur proposed her for marriage. She said that you are a sultan, I'm a normal shepherdess. How can I marry you? So Baz Bahadur said, if you're ready for this, I don't have any problem with this. She said thus, I am ready for it. But I want the castle to be constructed in front of river Narmada, or the water of river Narmada should flow through my palace. This was a condition put forward by Rani Roopmati. So it is believed that Baz Bahadur, he had constructed Riva Kund at a place called as Mandu. Mandu, this city is also referred as Shadiabad or city of joy. So that was a love story of Rani Roopmati and Baz Bahadur. Now what happened? Akbar had dispatched one of his foster brother, whose name was Adam Khan, to conquer the region of Malwa. Baz Bahadur, initially he fought valiantly, but later on he fled away from the battlefield. And Adam Khan, he coveted upon the wife of Baz Bahadur, that is Rani Roopmati ji. Rani Roopmati, she committed Jauhar. Okay? And Baz Bahadur, who had fled away from the battlefield, later on he was made as Mansabdar in the court of Akbar. So that is completely an irony. So at that point of time, what happened? Adam Khan, he had done many mistakes. Like Adam Khan, he had coveted upon Rani Roopmati. Apart from this, Adam Khan, what did he do? Adam Khan, he had killed one of the important prime ministers, one of the ministers of Akbar. Now this time, Akbar did not want to spare Adam Khan. So what did he do? He threw Adam Khan from the first floor of his castle. And he didn't die. He was brought back again, and again he was thrown back. So Adam Khan, his foster brother, he died in that manner. And after that, approximately 48 to 49 days later, Mahama Anga, who was also the foster mother, she also passed away. So Akbar conquered the region of Gujarat, he conquered Malwa, he conquered the region of Gondwana by defeating its ruler Veer Narayan and Rani Durgavati. Rani Durgavati ji, she fought valiantly against the forces of Akbar. Now, for Rajputs, Akbar had adopted a very different approach. And what was that approach? He had followed the policy of matrimonial alliances. My friends, as we have seen in ancient India, we have seen in modern India, matrimonial alliances is one such policy to strengthen one's position. Correct? So, basically, I'll give you a different example. Like, if you remember, we had seen the Mahajanpad. One of the strongest Mahajan, I'm giving you an example so that you can easily understand the points. One of the strongest Mahajanpad was Magad, if you remember. And another important Mahajanpad was Kosla. Now, the ruler of Magad, whose name was Bimbisar, he had an eye over Kosla. So, what did the ruler of Kosla do? Ruler of Kosla, Prasenjit, he married his sister Kosla Devi to Bimbisar. So, now it is a matrimonial alliances. So, probably he protected his kingdom in that manner. In the modern Indian history, Bombay, which is the economic capital of India today, do you know that it was given by Portugal in dowry to Prince Charles II? The entire region of Bombay was given at a dowry of ₹1 by Portugal to Prince Charles II, because Prince Charles II was married to Portuguese Princess Catherine Braganza. And Prince Charles II gave the entire region of Bombay to English East India Company on rent of £10 per annum. So matrimonial alliances is one of the ways to strengthen one's power and influence. So Akbar followed the same policy with the Rajputs. He followed the policy of matrimonial alliances. Like one such incident says that there was a ruler of Amir whose name was Raja Bharmal. So Akbar, he was going to Ajmer, and when he was going to Ajmer, it is believed that Raja Bharmal, he said that he'll marry his daughter Jodhabai to Akbar. And Akbar, when returning back from Ajmer, he again visits Amir and he marries Jodhabai. Some of them say it is Harkabai. Okay. And he married Jodhabai, and after that, it is said that he followed the policy of matrimonial alliances. There were many Rajputs, like Akbar had many Rajput wives. And many of the kingdoms, they became the part of the Mughal Empire. But there was one ruler whose name was Maharana Pratap Ji. Maharana Pratap Ji was not at all ready to accept the suzerainty of Akbar. In fact, Akbar had sent delegations for 10 times to convince Maharana Pratap Ji that you rule independently over the region of Chittor. But the rule should be under the Mughal suzerainty. This was not at all accepted to Maharana Pratap Ji. And every time Maharana Pratap Ji returned back the delegates, he knew one important fact, that he is inviting a battle with Akbar. Finally, the battle became inevitable, and in 1576, an important battle was fought, and that battle is referred as Battle of Haldi Ghati. I will also talk about one more battle which is hidden within the books of history somewhere. So, Battle of Haldi Ghati was fought, and in this battle, what had happened? I'll give you a very simple example. Like Maharana Pratap ji, he was supported by Bhil tribe. Do you know one important fact? If you observe the flag of the Maharanas at that time, on one side of the flag you will observe a Kshatriya warrior, and just by the Kshatriya warrior you will observe a Bhil warrior. And below it, it is written, Rani Jayo Bhil Jayo Bhai Bhai. The son of a queen and the son of a Bhil both are brothers. So the Bhil tribe also supported Maharana Pratap ji in Battle of Haldi Ghati. So during the start of the Battle of Haldi Ghati, it is said that Maharana Pratap ji and his forces were successful. Why? These are the two hillocks, and in front of this hillock, there is a battlefield of Haldi Ghati. The Mughal forces are arriving from here, and Maharana Pratap ji, his forces are standing here. And as soon as the Mughal forces, they start attacking the forces of Maharana Pratap ji, what did Maharana Pratap ji do? Maharana Pratap ji ordered his forces to retreat back into the narrow trenches here. Okay, and the Mughal forces, they entered with heavy artillery, they entered with cannons, they entered with elephants. And what happened? Just above the hillocks, there were members of Bhil tribe who started shooting an arrow in the downward trajectory. So it was a complete chaotic situation. It was a complete situation of chaos. So what happened? The elephants got confused. Elephants start trembling down their own men. So the initial half of the battle was in favor of Maharana Pratap ji. But the horse of Maharana Pratap ji, Chetak, it got injured. And this was seen as an opportunity. And immediately, the Mughal forces attacked Maharana Pratap ji. In fact, Maharana Pratap ji also got injured. So he stepped down by the horse. But immediately he sat on the horse, although the horse was heavily injured. He started running backwards and he took a leap and he crossed 7 to 8 feet river so that he can save his master, Maharana Pratap ji. Finally, Chetak passed away and tears rolled down by the eyes of Maharana Pratap ji. Now, the books of history has ended this battle here itself. But there was another battle that was fought on the day of Vijayadashmi 6 years later in 1582. And that battle is referred as Battle of Dever. It is said that after Battle of Haldi Ghati, Maharana Pratap ji was just left with 7 to 8,000 soldiers. But there was one finance minister of Maharana Pratap ji who helped him, whose name was Bhama Shah, in again reforming the army. In fact, in the books of history, specifically in the books of Rajasthan history, Bhama Shah is also referred as savior of Mewar. And again, Bhil tribe had helped Maharana Pratap ji. And in 1582, Battle of Dever was fought between Maharana Pratap ji, Maharana Amar Singh, one of the sons of Maharana Pratap ji, and the Mughal forces. And it is said that all the major Mughal territories which were conquered by the Mughals after 1576 battle were reconquered back again. And that is nothing but Battle of Dever, which was fought in 1582, which is hidden somewhere within the books of history. So this was majorly about Akbar and his policy of expansionism. But if I speak about the Akbar's religious policy, like Akbar is known for his religious syncretism. Like at a place called as Fatehpur Sikri, Akbar had created a discussion hall which was referred as Ibadat Khana. At Ibadat Khana, the people from different community, Hinduism, Jainism, Islam, Christianity, all of them came. Okay, they used to gather here and they used to discuss the important points of different religions. And the new religion that cropped up was referred as Din-e-Illahi or Sulah-e-Kul. Sulah-e-Kul means peace for all, and Din-e-Illahi was a new religion. In fact, you might have heard about one of the most important characters, Navratnas in the court of Akbar, was Birbal, whose original name was Mahesh Das. Mahesh Das was the first to join Din-e-Illahi of Akbar. Okay. In fact, Akbar had issued Mazhar-Nama. What is Mazhar-Nama? There shouldn't be any kind of a discrimination on the basis of religion. In fact, for a very short span of time, Akbar had banned Sati. Akbar had completely banned Jizya. Now, what is Jizya? It's a religious tax or a pilgrim tax. Like I'll give you a very simple example. Suppose I'm a Hindu. If I have to go on a pilgrimage, I had to pay a kind of a tax, and that was referred as jizya tax. Or suppose I have to construct a temple on my own land. Still I had to pay a tax to the government. Okay, and that was referred as jizya. So Akbar had abolished jizya completely for a short span of time. He had abolished sati. He had issued mazharnama, that is no discrimination on the basis of religion. Now Akbar is known for another important thing, that is mansabdari system. Now mansabdari system has been adopted from Mongolia. Now what is mansabdari system all about? Let's understand about this. Suppose if I have been chosen as the mansabdar of the rank 1000. Okay, so very simple words, there would be 1000 soldiers who would be working under me, and these 1000 soldiers have to maintain at least 1000 or 2000 horses. Okay, suppose I am a mansabdar and my rank is 2500, so I have to maintain 2500 soldiers under me, okay, who are ready and well prepared for the war-like situation. Plus, I have to maintain at least 2.5 or 5000 horses under me. Okay, this system in short is nothing but mansabdari system. Apart from this, during the time of Akbar, now one more thing I'll tell you. Sher Shah Suri, we have studied about this. Now, during the time of Sher Shah Suri, the taxes were collected from the peasants. The taxes were collected from the cultivators. But here the taxes was not on the quantity of the land, it was on the basis of quality of the soil. The land which is very fertile had to pay a higher taxes, the land which was average had to pay a bit less tax, and the land which was barren had to pay very minimum tax. Same thing was adopted by Akbar in a different manner. And during the time of Akbar, the land was majorly categorized into 4 categories. And the 4 categories during the time of Akbar, the land was Polaj, Parauti, Chachar and Banjar. Polaj, highly fertile land, and on this land there is a production throughout the year. Parauti, the land on which the production is there once within a year. Then comes Chachar. Chachar, it's a land wherein the production, one can expect a production once within 2 to 3 years. And Banjar, it's a completely infertile land. It's a barren land. So the taxes on Polaj, it was high in comparison to Parauti, Chachar and Banjar. Okay, so during the time of Akbar, the land was categorized into 4 categories: Polaj, Parauti, Chachar and Banjar, and the peasants were taxed accordingly. Okay, same system in the coming years would be adopted by the Britishers in the form of Rayatwari system of land revenue. Clear? Then, one of the most important information, that the first Englishman to visit the court of Akbar was Ralph Fitch. I repeat, the first Englishman to visit the court of Akbar was Ralph Fitch. And Akbar's court, it was being adorned by Navratnas. The important Navratnas in the court of Akbar, you have to remember their names. Okay. Abul Fazl, he has written a book, Ain Akbari, also referred as Akbarnama. And he was being murdered by whom? Specifically Bir Singh Bundela. And Bir Singh Bundela, he was being instructed by Jahangir to murder Abul Fazl. There's a reason behind that, I'll be telling you in the further parts. Faizi, he was the brother of Abul Fazl. Fakir Aziuddin, he was a Sufi saint and a chief advisor in the court of Akbar. Then comes Tansen, whose actual name is Ram Tanu Pandey, and he has also worked as a musician in the court of the Maharaja of Rewa. Rewa, it is located in Madhya Pradesh. Then, specifically, apart from Tansen, another important person, Man Singh, he was a Mansabdar. Okay, then Abdul Rahim Khan-e-Khanan, he was son of Behram Khan, as I've talked about this, like Tuzuke Babri. It was written in Turkish language by Babur, but it was translated into Persian language by Abdul Rahim Khan-e-Khanan. Then comes Mullah do Piazza, the chief chef. So this is majorly about Akbar. Is the point clear to all of you? Yes, friends, did you understand about Akbar? Hope so the things are getting clear. Any kind of a doubt, any kind of a query, feel free to ask. Okay. In the paid batches, I go in much more depth and detail. So as I've talked about this, Polaj, Parauti, Chachar and Banjar. Now let's talk about Nuruddin Muhammad Salim. Now who was Nuruddin Muhammad Salim? Let's understand about him as well. Okay. You might have heard about the famous love story, Mughal-e-Azam. Okay. And this is nothing but the love story of Nuruddin Muhammad Salim, also referred as Jahangir. Now, why Jahangir is referred as Nuruddin Muhammad Salim? Because Akbar, he was a disciple of a Sufi saint whose name was Sheikh Salim Chishti. And after a lot of prayers, he was blessed with a son. Hence, he was blessed with a son. And since he was being blessed by a Sufi saint, Sheikh Salim Chishti, okay, he named his son as Salim. So his original name was Nuruddin Muhammad Salim. Now, when it comes to Salim, you have 2 to 3 important characters in your mind. The first character that crops up in your mind is Anarkali, one of the famous characters of Mughal-e-Azam. True? And the other character that crops up your mind is Noor Jahan. Okay? So who was like these 2 characters? I'll throw light on that aspect. Anarkali, her original name was Nadira Begum. And she was a daughter of a merchant. Her father was a merchant in the region of Kabul. Okay. It's Ralph Fish. Middle Hall was later half of the period. It was majorly during the time of Jahangir. Okay. So precisely speaking, Nadira Begum, her father, he was a merchant in the region of Kabul. And in the region of Kabul, he was being surrounded by the different dacoits and he was being killed. And this lady, she was taken into captivation and she was taken to Kabul. And in Kabul, she was sold to Raja Man Singh, who was Mansabdar in the court of Akbar. Now, Raja Man Singh, he got this lady to Agra. And now, basically, when Akbar saw her, Akbar called her Anarkali. Okay. Now, she started working as a court dancer in the court of Akbar. After some time, Salim, he caught the glimpse of Anarkali and he fell in love with Anarkali. And the love blossomed between both of them. Okay. So as the love blossomed between both of them, Abul Fazl, who was the court historian in the court of Akbar, he comes to know about this and he informs this to Akbar. And he says that, like, what would be the image of the Mughal emperor, Mughal Badshah? Then other people comes to know about this, that his son, Salim, he is having an affair with a court dancer. He said the point is true. So Salim was sent an expedition to Deccan. And as per many historians, it is said that she was buried in the wall alive, Anarkali, by Akbar. And after some time, Salim comes back. And Salim, he had developed fondness for wine and entertainment. After some time, it is believed that there was another person who comes in the court of Akbar and start working as a Qazi. He started working as a, not a Qazi, he started working as an advisor to Akbar. Now, he had a daughter whose name was Mehrun Nisa. Now, Salim, again, he falls in love for the second time with Mehrun Nisa. Okay, now second time when he falls in love with Mehrun Nisa, again Abul Fazl comes to know about this. So here, Salim is not the problem, Abul Fazl is the problem. So Abul Fazl, he comes to know about this and Abul Fazl again informs this to Akbar and he says that her father is a chief advisor in your court and probably he might be having a plan that after an affair with his daughter, they will hijack the throne. So Akbar thought that yes, the point is true, the point is valid. So at this particular point of time, Akbar called his advisor and said, why don't you marry your daughter Mehrun Nisa to one of my military commander, Iranian military commander whose name is Sher Afghan. And probably in the coming years, Sher Afghan, he'll become what? Sher Afghan, he'll become the, specifically, Sher Afghan will become the governor of Bengal. So this was accepted. So he married Mehrun Nisa to Sher Afghan. After some time, Akbar passed away around 1605 and so on. And when Akbar passed away, this person, Nuruddin Muhammad Salim, he became the next Mughal emperor. And after a span of 11 years, he sent an expedition to Bengal. He killed Sher Afghan. Sher Afghan and what we say Mehrun-Nisa had a daughter as well whose name was Ladli Begum. Okay. After killing Sher Afghan, Ladli Begum and this lady Mehrun-Nisa, both of them were being taken into captivation and brought to Agra. And Mehrun-Nisa was forced to get married, but initially Mehrun-Nisa resisted. But after a span of 1 to 1.5 years, Mehrun-Nisa she agreed to marry this person, Jahangir or Salim. And precisely speaking, it is said that after some time, both of them got married, and Jahangir called Mehrun-Nisa as Noor Jahan, that is, light of the world. Okay, and in this manner, like it is said that one more important thing, Abul Fazl, I have told you about the entire thing. Abul Fazl was a court historian in the court of Akbar. And when Abul Fazl, like as I have told you, Abul Fazl continuously interfered in the love story of Jahangir. So what happened? Like Abul Fazl, he was being ordered, like he was being killed by Bir Singh Bundela. And this was instructed by Jahangir to kill whom? This person, Abul Fazl. So apart from this, Jahangir, during the time of Jahangir, it is believed that painting reached its epitome. And there were different painters who were being adorned by, there were different painters who were being patronized by Jahangir. Example, Mansoor was one of the painter, Abdul Hassan was another painter. Then he reimposed jizya on non-Muslims. Who? Jahangir. Apart from this, speaking about Jahangir, like Jahangir had introduced golden chain of justice system. Now what is golden chain of justice system? Okay. This system is also called as Janzir-e-Adl. Now, what is this system basically all about? Any person who feels that an injustice has been meted out on him, in that case, he can ring that bell and immediately he would be called in Diwan-e-Aam. Diwan-e-Aam, it's a place where the emperor used to meet the common man and discuss about their plight. So immediately that person would be called. Okay. So golden chain of justice system was initiated by Jahangir. Apart from this, he had started Duhaspa-Sihaspa system of, he had started Duhaspa and Sihaspa system. Now what is Duhaspa and Sihaspa system? Duhaspa means 2, Sihaspa means 3 and 4. As I have told you, suppose if there is a Mansabdar and the rank of the Mansabdar is 1000. So he has to maintain 1000 soldiers under him and approximately 1000 to 2000 horses. But as a part of Duhaspa, he has to, if there are 1000 soldiers, they have to compulsorily maintain 2000 horses. As a part of Sihaspa, if the rank of a Mansabdar is 1000, compulsorily he has to maintain 3000 to 4000 horses. So this is referred as Duhaspa-Sihaspa system. And this was introduced as a part of Mansabdari system by Jahangir. Okay. So Jahangir had introduced this Duhaspa and Sihaspa system. Then English East India Company. It was created in 1600 by the charter of Queen Elizabeth. And Captain William Hawkins, one of the company's agent, was the first person to visit the court of Jahangir. Another person who visited the court of Jahangir was Captain Middleton. Okay. And Thomas Roe. Is that clear? So simply here the answer is first Ralph Fitch. So Captain Middleton and Thomas Roe, they visited the court of Jahangir. Is that clear, everyone? So these are the major things that you have to remember about Jahangir. Hope so the points are clear. Let's speak about Shah Jahan and Aurangzeb within the next 10 minutes and then we'll speak about the administration within the next 2 minutes. And then I'll be throwing light on Marathas. Shah Jahan. Shah Jahan, his original name was Khurram. And as we have seen, painting reached its epitome during the time of Jahangir. Similarly, the era of Shah Jahan is also referred as golden age of architecture. And when it comes to Shah Jahan, the first thing that clicks our mind is the peacock throne, Taj Mahal, and so on. So the famous Kohinoor diamond, okay, like I'll give you a very simple example. Kohinoor diamond, it is considered as one of the diamonds which can only suit a lady. Okay, and so many of the historians do believe that it is also a cursed diamond. So the famous Kohinoor diamond was gifted to Shah Jahan by Mir Jumla. Okay, apart from this, Shah Jahan, his era is also referred as golden age of temple architecture. One of the finest example is Taj Mahal. Now, another very important example I'll speak about Shah Jahan. Like Shah Jahan, he was a son of Salim and he was one of the favorite sons of Salim or Jahangir. Now, a story connotes in that manner when Shah Jahan was born or when Khurram was born, it is believed that like his weight was done and whatever might be the weight of this small child, that much amount of gold and pearls were being distributed among the beggars and fakirs and the saints by Jahangir. Okay. So precisely speaking, this became a ritual, this became a practice. On every birthday of Shah Jahan, his weight was done and his, what was his weight? That much amount of gold and gemstones were being distributed among the fakirs. On one such birthday, Jahangir married Shah Jahan to whom? Specifically Jahangir married Shah Jahan. And precisely speaking, after some time, Shah Jahan, he led many expeditions and he married to Mumtaz Mahal. Mumtaz Mahal is considered as one of the favorite wives of Shah Jahan. So Shah Jahan once upon a time was on expedition on in the region of Deccan. And there's a place called as Burhanpur. Burhanpur, it is located in Madhya Pradesh. It is located in Nimad region of Madhya Pradesh. So at that time, this lady, Mumtaz Mahal, she was pregnant and she was delivering the 14th child of Shah Jahan. And when Shah Jahan, he was returning from his expedition from Deccan, he hears the news that his wife Mumtaz Mahal has passed away. And this news completely shocked Shah Jahan. So after this, it is said that he was completely in a kind of a depression. So it is believed that now the wife's last wish was that she wanted her tomb to be constructed in such a manner, it should be such a beautiful tomb that no other, tomb in the world is in that manner. So that was her last wish. So it is said that Taj Mahal, the site was chosen. Apart from this, the marble that is used in Taj Mahal is referred as Makrana marble, brought from Jodhpur. And there, if you observe Taj Mahal keenly, there are small gemstones on the walls there. And this technique is also referred as Petra Dura technique. Clear? So Taj Mahal, one of the important constructions dedicated to Shah Jahan. Then Red Fort, another important construction. Moti Masjid, another important construction. Peacock Throne, dedicated to whom? Dedicated to Shah Jahan. Now Shah Jahan, he was liberal like Akbar. And due to his liberal nature, he is also referred as Little Akbar. Now let me give you a very small example. Like Banaras, Prayagraj, Allahabad, all these are the places which are quite important from the perspective of pilgrimage, precisely from the Hinduism perspective. True? So there are many tourists who visit these places. So there was a local Brahmin whose name was Kavindracharya. So Kavindracharya, he came in the court of Shah Jahan and requested Shah Jahan that there are many Hindus who visit this place. So I request you that please abolish jizya in this region. So he had abolished jizya in Allahabad and Banaras on the insistence of Kavindracharya. Okay. So because of his generosity, he is also referred as Little Akbar. His court was also visited by different European travelers. For example, Tavernier, he was a French gem merchant. Peter Mundi, he was an Englishman. Niccolo Manucci, he was an Italian traveler. And Francois Berner, he was a French physician. Like Francois Berner, he had came to India to cure the illness of Shah Jahan's son, whose name was Dara Shikoh. Okay, like Shah Jahan had 4 sons, Dara, Shuja, Murad Bakhsh and Alamgir. And Shah Jahan, he wanted his son Dara Shikoh to become the next emperor because he was also liberal like Shah Jahan. Okay, like we had studied in ancient India that Dara Shikoh, he had studied more than 50 Upanishads in Sanskrit. And he had translated these 50 Upanishads into Persian language under the title Sir-e-Akbar. I repeat the title, Sir-e-Akbar. Clear? So this is majorly about Shah Jahan. One more thing, he shifted the capital from Agra to Delhi. If you remember, we had seen that Sajda and Paibo system was initiated by Balban. What is Sajda? Prostration. Paibos means kissing the Sultan's feet or hands. And this system was completely abolished by Shah Jahan. Is that clear? Now, speaking about his son, Aurangzeb. So these are the important construction: Jama Masjid, Moti Masjid, Red Fort, Peacock Throne, Taj Mahal. These are the important constructions associated with Shah Jahan. Aurangzeb. Shah Jahan had 4 sons: Dara, Shuja, Murad Baksh, and Alamgir. Alamgir is also referred as Aurangzeb. And it is believed that Shah Jahan, he had to spend his last days in a prison, like he was being confined by his own son Aurangzeb. And precisely there was one battle that proved to be the turning point for Aurangzeb, and that battle was Battle of Dharmat, which was fought near Ujjain. It was fought between Aurangzeb and Dara Shikoh, in which Aurangzeb emerged victorious and he became the next Mughal emperor. Aurangzeb was a bigot. He was a fundamentalistic follower of Islam. Fundamentalistic follower. He imposed jizya on non-Muslims. Apart from this, it is said that he continuously followed the policy of interference with the others. He interfered with the Jats. He interfered with the Sikh. He interfered with the Rajputs. He continuously kept on interfering with the Marathas. We are going to understand about Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Ji now. Okay, so he continuously followed the policy of interference. He interfered continuously with everyone. So it is said that he had executed the 9th Sikh Guru, Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji. Okay, there's an example about this. Like this person, Alamgir Aurangzeb, he had launched an expedition to Kashmir. And when he had launched an expedition to Kashmir, he had forced the Kashmiri Pandits to accept Islam, because he had followed one policy, and that policy was referred as Darul Harb into Darul Islam. Darul Harb, that basically means the places which are not under the influence of Islam, conquering these places and forcing them to get converted into Islam. So the Kashmiri Pandits, they were given a ultimatum, time ultimatum, that I am giving you a span of 1 month. Either get converted into Islam, or be ready to desert the entire village, or I will execute individually all of you. So a delegation of Kashmiri Pandit, they reach Anandpur Sahib to meet Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji, the 9th Sikh Guru. And the delegation was led by Kriparam. So Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji, he patiently listened to the Kashmiri Pandits. And at that time, Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji said to Kriparam, if Aurangzeb and his Mughal commanders again come back to deter you, say them that directly go and speak to Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji. Immediately, Aurangzeb ordered his Mughal commander to take into captivation Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji. And Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji was brought to Delhi. Now, Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji, along with Bhai Mati Das, Bhai Sati Das, Bhai Dayal Das, they were brought to Delhi. And they were being tortured in completely inhuman manner. Like some of them were boiled in the cauldron, some of them were put in the boiling water, some of their hands were being cut. And in fact, at Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji's, his head, like he was being executed by, his head was being cut by Aurangzeb. And the place where his head was cut, today stands a Gurudwara, which is referred as Sheesh Ganj Gurudwara, Chandni Chowk, Delhi. So precisely speaking, Aurangzeb, he continuously followed the policy of interference with everyone. Okay, Aurangzeb, he had deployed one script, and that script was referred as Nastaliq script. As I've told you in the start of my session itself, friends, please focus on the terminologies. UPSC usually has a tendency to ask questions on terminologies. So Aurangzeb had deployed one script which is referred as Nastaliq script. Okay. Apart from this, if we speak about Aurangzeb, as I've told you, he had reimposed jizya on the non-Muslims. Then Aurangzeb, precisely speaking, like Aurangzeb, it is said that he was referred as a living saint by different Islamic scholars. So he was given the title as Zinda Peer. So this is majorly about the Aurangzeb. So these are the early Mughal rulers. Okay. Now, if I speak about the administration of the Mughals, in short, so just listen to me carefully, and if possible, please draw this along with me. It will help you out. Emperor, Wazir, Diwan-e-Kul, Mir Bakshi, Mir Saman, plus Sadr us Sadr plus Qazi. Okay, I'm trying to explain you like specifically the different aspects of the Mughal administration. So please, if possible, note it down along with me. As I've told you, terminologies are very, very important from the exam perspective. And time and again, UPSC has a tendency to ask questions on terminologies. Okay, hardly 15 minutes or 20-minute session more is left, and we'll be winding up around 7 o'clock. So after Emperor, note down Suba, Subedar, Diwan, Bakshi, Daroga e Dak. Sarkar, Fauzdar, Pargana, Amil and Shikdar, Mauza, Chaudhary and Patwari. Simi, after Mir, this is Wazir, Diwane Kul, Mir Bakshi, Mir Saman. Okay, Sadr us Sadr, Qazi. Then Suba, Subedar, Yar, Diwan, Bakshi, Daroga Dak. Don't worry, I'll be explaining everything. Sarkar, Fauzdar, Pargana, Amil and Shikdar, Mauza, Chaudhary and Patwari. My friends, as we had seen about the administration of Delhi Sultanate, and as a part of administration of Delhi Sultanate, at the apex of the administration was Sultan. And Sultan was assisted in performance of his duties by Council of Ministers referred as Majlis-e Khalwat. True? Now, Majlis-e Khalwat, it was being headed by whom? It was headed by Naib. Further, it was divided into different provinces. Provinces were referred as Ikta. It was further divided into district. District was referred as Shik, headed by Shikdar. Further divided into sub-district. And sub-district was referred as Pargana. Finally, grassroots level Mauza. Same thing here. At the apex of the administration, we have Badshah, Emperor. And there are different ministers who are assisting Badshah in performance of his duties. Like Wazir. Wazir has civil plus military powers. Okay. Then comes Diwane Kul. Diwane Kul is nothing but, very simple words, it is finance ministry of the Mughal emperor. Then comes Mir Bakshi. Mir Bakshi is the paymaster general of the army. Then comes Mir Saman. He was responsible for royal karkhanas, like for example, equipments, weapons and so on. Then Sadr us Sadr, his chief responsibility was to implement the laws of Shariat. And Qazi, he was a chief judge. So I'll repeat, at the apex of the administration was Badshah or the emperor. Then specifically, there was a Wazir who had civil and military powers. Diwane Kul, in simple words, was a finance ministry. Then Mir Bakshi, he was a paymaster general of the army. Mir Saman, he was the head of the royal karkhana. Sadr us Sadr, he was responsible for implementing the laws of Shariat. And finally comes Qazi, he was a chief judge. Then comes, this is about the central administration. Now at the provincial level, the provinces were referred as Suba. And the head of Suba was referred as Subedar. And Subedar was directly appointed by the emperor. Then comes Diwan. One more important thing. Diwan was the finance ministry at the provincial level. But the most crucial aspect, Diwan was not appointed by Subedar. Diwan was appointed by the emperor directly. Okay? So he was the head of the revenue department at the provincial level. Bakshi, he was the head, paymaster general at the provincial level. And Daroga Dak means he was the head of communication department. Then, this is provinces. Now, provinces are further divided into districts. District during the Mughal period were referred as Sarkar and it was headed by Fauzdar and Amal Guzar. The responsibility of the Fauzdar was to maintain law and order. And the responsibility of Amal Guzar was to maintain the different accounts. Then comes sub-district, taluka, tehsil or town, which was referred as Pargana. Pargana was headed by Amil and Shikdar. Shikdar's responsibility was to maintain law and order. Amil's responsibility was to maintain the accounts. And finally, at the grassroots level, we have Mauza. Mauza, it was headed by Chaudhary. Chaudhary, his responsibility was to maintain law and order. And Patwari, in fact, you might have heard about this word Patwari even in today's administration. So the role of Patwari was to maintain accounts at the grassroots level. Okay, land revenue unit accounts and so on. Is that clear? So I'll repeat the points again within short. So please listen to me carefully. Please pay attention carefully. At the apex of the administration, we have Emperor. Emperor is also referred as Badshah. He is assisted by Wazir, Diwan-e-Kul. Diwan-e-Kul is Finance Ministry. Mir Bakshi, Paymaster General of the Army. Sadr us Sadr, implementing the laws of Shariat, and Qazi, Judge. Suba means provinces. Please remember this terminology. Suba means provinces during the Mughal period. Headed by Subedar. Then Bakshi, Daroga-e-Dak. Then comes Sarkar. Sarkar was headed by Fauzdar. Then comes the Pargana. Pargana means sub-district, taluka, tehsil or town. Headed by Amil and Shikdar. Mauza at the grassroots level, precisely Chaudhary and Patwari. Hope so the points are clear till here, friends. Yes, please. Shall we go for a quick question and answer round of 5 minutes? Not 5 minutes, just I'll be asking you 3 to 4 questions and then I'll move with Marathas for the next 10 minutes. Yes, fast. Okay, very good, Simi. First of all, let's go for a quick question and answer round. My first question is an easy one. As I've told you, in 1576, Battle of Haldi Ghati was fought. But there was another battle that was fought in 1582, wherein Maharana Pratap Ji and his son Maharana Amar Singh Ji reconquered the territories that was being initially conquered by the forces of Akbar. What was that battle referred as? Fast. Yes, friends. It was referred as Battle of Dever. 3 questions I'll be asking, okay? Second question. Right now, we have discussed about the Mughal administration. And the basic question here as a part of Mughal administration here is, Diwan-e-Kul department was related to. I repeat, Diwan-e-Kul department was related to. Fast. It was revenue department. And the last question is, Sadak-e-Azam, okay, it was constructed, which we today call it as Grand Trunk Road. It was constructed during the time of Sher Shah Suri. So it was referred as Grand Trunk Road by whom? I have spoken about the British Governor General of India. What was his name? I'll give you a hint. If you have read the basic NCERT, you will come to know that he was the first, the first Anglo-Afghan war took place during his time. Take a guess. It was Lord Auckland. Okay. Now let's understand about the Marathas in the next 15 minutes, and within 5 to 6 minutes, I'll be speaking about some aspect of Sufism and Bhakti movement. Now, Maratha Empire. Now, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Ji. Now, Shivaji Maharaj Ji, yes, very good, Simi. Shivaji Maharaj Ji, his father's name was Shahaji Raje Bhosle, and he had inherited the Pune Jagir from his father. Now, Shivaji Maharaj Ji, specifically his mother's name was Jizabai, Dadaji Kondev was his teacher, and Ram Das Ji, one of the Bhakti saint who has written a book called as Das Bodh, okay, he was his spiritual guru. So Shivaji Maharaj Ji, he was influenced by his mother Jizabai, then Dadaji Kondev, who was his guru or his teacher. Then he was also influenced by whom? He was also influenced by Ramdas Ji. He was influenced by the teachings from Ramayana, Mahabharata and Bhagavad Gita. So specifically during his childhood days, he was influenced by so many different aspects. And he was born in 1627. Few of the books establish the fact that he was born in 1630, but majority of the books suggest that he was born in 1627 at a place called as Shivneri. He had spent his childhood days with the Mavlan soldiers, and the Mavlan soldiers are expert in all kind of guerrilla warfare techniques. Okay. Now, it is said that after 16 years of age, he started following the policy of expansionism. And in that case, he had attacked Chandarao More and acquired Jauli from him. With the passage of time, his sphere of influence started increasing in the region of Deccan. And Adil Shah, for the very first time, he dispatched Afzal Khan to contain or to stop Shivaji Maharaj Ji. Now, Afzal Khan, he was a very tall personality, but Shivaji Maharaj Ji was not that tall in comparison to Afzal Khan. So, in that case, Afzal Khan, he played a diplomatic game. Now, just outside the fort, what did Afzal Khan do? Afzal Khan had his own camp and he had invited Shivaji Maharaj to meet him in the camp. Now, Shivaji Maharaj, he was very suspicious of the activities of Afzal Khan. And he knew that if Afzal Khan has invited, probably there might be some kind of a technique that he might have deployed. Still, Shivaji Maharaj went there. And immediately Afzal Khan, he hugged Shivaji Maharaj Ji and he had taken out one dagger and he put the dagger behind whom? Shivaji Maharaj Ji's back. Shivaji Maharaj Ji, as I've told you, who was expert in guerrilla warfare techniques. So he had wore a waistcoat inside and he was waiting for this opportunity. Immediately he got his tiger claws and he killed whom? He killed Afzal Khan. After that, Adil Shah has dispatched Rustam Zaman. He was also being defeated. He had dispatched Siddhi Johar. He was also defeated. Now, initially, Aurangzeb did not take Shivaji Maharaj Ji seriously. He just considered Shivaji Maharaj as nothing more than a mountain rat. But with the passage of time, when the influence of Shivaji Maharaj, it started increasing, now Aurangzeb started taking Shivaji Maharaj Ji seriously. So what did Aurangzeb do? Aurangzeb dispatched his maternal uncle Shaista Khan to stop Shivaji in the region of Deccan. And in that case, Shaista Khan, he was the Subedar of Bengal Suba. Okay, Bengal province. He was also the maternal uncle of Aurangzeb. So he came to Deccan, and when he came to Deccan, it is believed that, specifically speaking, he made Katraj as the epicenter of his activities. Okay, and he plundered this region, like there is a place called as Katraj near Pune. He made that place as the epicenter of his activities, and there is a place called as Lal Mahal. It is a place where he was staying. He had plundered around this region. He had disturbed the economy of this region. He had disturbed all the peasants and cultivators in this region. Now, there was one minister who entered the court of Shivaji Maharaj and said that, you have said that you are going to increase our salary, but you have not increased our salary. Shivaji Maharaj said, you can observe that Shaista Khan, he has plundered the region around Pune, he has plundered the region around Katraj, and rather than working for the people and the peasants, you are asking for the raise. He said that if you are increasing my salary, it's okay. Otherwise, I'll go and join Shaista Khan. Shivaji Maharaj said, it's your own wish. Now, this person goes to Shaista Khan. Now, Shaista Khan says, how can I trust you? He said that I know the treasury of Shivaji Maharaj. And if you give me a handful of soldiers, I'll get the treasury of Shivaji Maharaj. Shaista Khan, he gave handful of soldiers to this person. And here, he comes here and gets the treasury of Shivaji Maharaj, certain gold and so on. Now, Shaista Khan, he started trusting this person. In fact, this was a minister sent by Shivaji Maharaj in the court of Shaista Khan purposely. Okay, so that he can provide the entire information to Shivaji Maharaj Ji. Now, once upon a time, it was a birthday of Aurangzeb. And it was decided that there was a celebration that was going to take place. Can you imagine? Shaista Khan was so afraid of Shivaji Maharaj that whenever he used to sleep, he used to have 2 guns by his side. So that if Shivaji Maharaj Ji attacks, in that case, he can revert back to that attack. So it was a birthday, and Shivaji Maharaj, along with 300 to 400 Mavlan soldiers in the dress of a Pathan, he enters Katraj, and he was not stopped by the guards because everyone thought that probably he might be some important officer. Immediately Shivaji Maharaj, he attacked in the room where Shaista Khan was sleeping, and immediately he ran away. And Shaista Khan, he tried to jump from the first floor of the palace, and Shivaji Maharaj ji cut his 3 fingers. In fact, one of the sons of Shaista Khan, he was being killed by Shivaji Maharaj ji. Immediately Shaista Khan was again sent back as a Subedar to Bengal. Now Aurangzeb dispatched Mirza Raja Jai Singh, and Mirza Raja Jai Singh, he had defeated Shivaji, and finally a treaty was signed which was referred as Treaty of Purandar, approximately around 1665. So as a part of Treaty of Purandar, it is said that Shivaji Maharaj ji had to surrender 23 out of 35 forts to the Mughals. After some time, it is believed that Shivaji Maharaj along with his son Shambhaji Raje, both of them were invited to Agra. Now Shivaji Maharaj, he took certain gifts along with him to present that to Aurangzeb. But forcefully Aurangzeb wanted to humiliate Shivaji Maharaj. So what did he do? He asked Shivaji Maharaj to stand in the lines of Mansabdar, and that was a very humiliating situation for Shivaji Maharaj ji. So Shivaji Maharaj ji started leaving, but immediately Aurangzeb asked to keep Shivaji Maharaj in house arrest. So Shivaji Maharaj ji was kept in house arrest at Agra. But due to diplomatic skills of Shivaji Maharaj, somehow Shivaji Maharaj ji and Shambhaji Raje escaped from Agra. Okay, and they started reconquering the forts that were being surrendered as a part of Treaty of Purandar. Finally, in 1674, coronation of Shivaji Maharaj took place. And the coronation was done by a Brahmin from Banaras whose name was Vishweshwar Gangarao Bhatt. And precisely speaking, the coronation ceremony after this, Shivaji Maharaj was referred as Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. Chhatrapati means ruler of the people. He was also referred as Hindavi Dharmodharak, that is protector of Hinduism. And after that, the gold coins were being distributed, and these gold coins were referred as Shivrai Hon. I repeat, Shivrai Hon were the gold coins that were being distributed. Okay. Finally, around 1680, at the age of 53, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj ji passed away. So that was about the basic introduction of Shivaji Maharaj ji. Shivaji Maharaj ji was succeeded by his son Chhatrapati Shambhaji Raje or Chhatrapati Shambhaji Maharaj, who is also referred as Chhawa. Chhawa basically means a lion's cub. Now Shivaji Maharaj ji was known for his administration, and the administration was being conducted by 8 important ministers, and these ministers were referred as Ashtapradhana, 8 important ministers. Among them, the most important one was Peshwa. Peshwa was nothing but the prime minister. And after Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj, Peshwa became the de facto ruler of Marathas. Okay. Now, precisely speaking, there was one system of taxation which was a part of Marathas, and that was referred as Chauth and Sar Deshmukhi. So what is Chauth all about? Chauth basically means if you do not want Marathas to raid on your territories, if you do not want Marathas to attack on your territories, you have to pay 1/4 of your annual revenue to the Marathas. If you do not want the Marathas should attack on your territory, that system is referred as Chauth. Okay, an additional levy of 10% is referred as Sar Deshmukhi. Okay, so these are the important things that you have to remember. Now, I'll be speaking about certain principles of Sufism in short. So just give me 1 minute so that I can note down few important terminologies on board. Everything I have covered in depth and detail as a part of YouTube. Okay, this is just for beginners, those who are initiating their preparation. And in the paid classes, I would be teaching the things in quite depth and detail. So please do not worry about this. Okay, so just give me 2 minutes so that I can note down few important things. Suf, Bashara, Beshara, Suf, Bashara, Beshara, Sama, Khanka, Suma, Khanka, then Dargah, Ziyarat, Silsila. Now, friends, before we understand, yes, Craving Corner, good evening. Now, before we understand about Sufism, let me talk about certain principles of Islam so that you can correlate the different things. Okay. There are 4 to 5 important cardinal principles of Islam, and these principles are: the first principle is La ilaha illallah and Muhammadur Rasul, that is Allah is one and his messenger is also one, that is Prophet Muhammad. Second important principle of Islam is offering prayers to Allah at least 5 times in a day. And there are different kinds of namaz or prayer, like the morning namaz, the evening namaz, the afternoon namaz, and they are known by different names, such as Fajr ki namaz, Duhar ki namaz, Zuhar ki namaz, Maghrib ki namaz, Isha ki namaz, and so on. Third important principle of Islam is zakat. Now, whatever you are earning, at least 2.5% of your earnings should be donated, and that could be utilized for the underprivileged section of the society. That is charity. Fourth important principle of Islam, like for example, in Hinduism, we have a practice that at least once in a lifetime, we should go for Char Dham Yatra or a pilgrimage. Correct? Similarly, in Islam, there's a practice that at least once in a lifetime, one should go to Hajj. That is the path from Makkah to Medina. And the person who has completed his Hajj is referred as Mustati. I repeat, Mustati. Okay? And the last important principle of Islam is, in Islam, alcohol and pig meat is completely banned. So these are the few important principles of Islam. Now, there were certain saints who had a belief that, see, if you do not read namaz 5 times in a day, even that's okay. But at least service to humanity is service to God, service to Allah. This was their belief. And such saints were referred as Sufi saint. The word Suf has been derived from the word wool, because these Sufi saints majorly used to wear woolen clothes. Hence, woolen clothes became the identity of these Sufi saints. So the word Sufi has been derived from the word Suf. So Suf means wool. So they had a very simple belief, and their belief was it is not necessary to offer namaz to Allah on 5 times on daily basis. Service to humanity, service to God. Live a pious living. Okay. So these, like specifically speaking, what happens? There are 2 kinds of Sufi saints. One is Bashara, second is Beshara. Bashara are the Sufi saints who are bound by Islamic laws. On the other hand, Beshara are those Sufi saints who are not at all bound by the Islamic laws. Okay. So they spoke about the simplicity of religion. They spoke about the humanity. So in such a words, they believed in the concept of Pir and Murid. So Pir and Murid are the central tenets of Sufism. So what is the meaning of the word Pir? Pir means teacher. Murid means disciple. So the teacher is saying that you have to live a pious living, you have to live a simple life, you have to work for the people, you have to work for the underprivileged section of the society. So who will show you the right direction? It is a teacher who is going to show you the right direction. So teacher was referred as Pir. Murid was disciple. Like in Hinduism, apart from prayers, what do? Bhajan and kirtans dedicated to God. So these Sufi saints also believed in one more concept which was referred as Sama. Sama is nothing but musical congregation. In fact, they believe that Sama or musical congregation is also one of the ways to come close to Allah. That was one of the belief of the Sufi saints. And these Sufi saints, they used to live at a particular place, and that place was referred as Khanka. Okay. Now, after the death of the Sufi saint, their tomb was constructed by their disciple or murid, and that tomb was referred as Dargah. And it is the duty of the disciple to visit the tomb of the Guru at least once in a year, and that process is referred as Ziyarat. Okay. And silsila, it majorly depends on the ideological perspective. There are 3 to 4 important silsilas in Sufism. Chishti silsila, Suharwardi silsila, Qadri silsila. Okay. So these are the different silsilas of Sufism. So I'll repeat the points again. I'll repeat the terminologies. These terminologies are important from the exam perspective. And time and again, I have talked about this, that UPSC usually has a tendency to ask questions on terminology. So Suf means wool. Bashara basically means those who are bound by Islamic laws. Beshara, not bound by Islamic laws. Sama, it's a musical congregation. Khanka, it's a hospice where the Sufi saints used to stay. Peer means teacher. Murid means disciple. In fact, the Sufi saints had the belief that the relation between the God and human is not like the master and the slave. It is like the two lovers. Okay. Then Dargah. Dargah, it's a tomb of a Sufi saint. Ziyarat, it's a process of visiting the tomb of a Sufi saint. Okay. And just remember two things about Bhakti movement. As a part of Bhakti movement, precisely speaking, there are two kinds of, like, it was the Bhakti movement in North India was inspired by the Bhakti movement from South India. Now, who are Alvars? Alvars are the Vishnu of Lord, Alvars are the worshippers of Lord Vishnu, Ram or Krishna. And Nainars are the worshipper of Lord Shiva. Okay, in southern part of India. Ramanand, he is considered as the first Bhakti saint of North India. And there are Bhakti saints who came from a diversified background. Now, these Bhakti saints, they not only focused on spiritual aspect, they also focused on what? They also focused on eradication of social evils that were prevalent in the society. They came from diversified background. Like for example, Pipa, he was a Rajput prince. Kabir Das ji, he was a weaver. Rai Das ji or Ravi Das ji, he was a cobbler. Okay. Then Dhanna, he was a Jat peasant. Then Narhari, he was a goldsmith. Sadhana, he was a butcher. Mirabai, very famous. She was specifically a Rajput princess. So they came from a diversified background. And apart from this, to spread the message of Bhakti, they preached in local language. Like Tukaram ji, Ramdas ji, Jnaneshwar ji, they preached in the local Marathi language. Then Narsingh Mehta ji, he preached in the local Gujarati language. In fact, the term Harijan, it was coined by a medieval India Gujarati Bhakti saint, Narsingh Mehta ji. Okay, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, one of the major saints in the region of Bengal. Okay, so specifically this is majorly about certain aspects of Sufism and the Bhakti movement. Everything would be covered in depth and detail, or I have covered in depth and detail as a part of your sessions. As a part of Medieval Indian History. You can download the PDF of this session from my Telegram channel, history_Alok Ojha. Okay. So, my friends, hope you understood the major part, such as we have discussed about the early Islamic invaders. We have discussed about the Delhi Sultanate, 5 important dynasties of Delhi Sultanate, Mughal dynasty, Marathas. We have discussed certain aspects of Sufism and Bhakti movement. Okay. My friends, StudyIQ IAS has come up with GS Foundation P2I batches for 2027 and 2028. The batches are completely based on SMART model. Now, precisely speaking, the preparation of civil services require a strategy, consistency and mental discipline. And that is nothing but SMART approach towards civil services preparation. So, the batches of StudyIQ are completely based on SMART model, wherein the classes are complete in structured format. First of all, the proper timetable would be provided to the aspirants. Okay, like in the next week or the next month, you will have a classes of modern Indian history, world history or medieval history. Everything would be known to the students previously itself. First of all, we will go with the basics and then we'll move on with the advanced stage. Then comes the mentorship. There would be a mentor who would be guiding you throughout your journey for civil services preparation. It's not just about specifically, we have one connotation that mentor helps us majorly in answer writing and so on. It's not just about answer writing. Mentor will also guide you in how to choose a proper optional, how to go for answer writing, how to write a structured essay. Apart from this, he will also guide you on vivid aspect precisely about how to frame a proper timetable. Revision does play another crucial role. I usually keep on suggesting in my classes as well, specifically the paid classes, that it is better to read one book 10 times rather than reading 10 books. Students usually go for multiple resources. My friends, rather than going for multiplication of resources, go for consolidation of resources and maximum revisions. So it is better to read one book 10 times rather than reading 10 books. So The batches are available for 2027 and 2028. And the most crucial aspect, many of the aspirants face one problem, that batches are either available in Hindi, batches are either available in bilingual mode, but there's no separate batch for English medium. StudyIQ IS has come up with a complete separate batch for English medium where all the subjects would be taught to you completely in English. And there is an offer, flat 50% off on all the courses of UPSC across StudyIQ IS platform. Okay, flat 50% off. But you will get a flat 50% off only when you use the code Alok Live that is flashing on your screen. And to get the benefits of this, you have to use the code Alok Live. And the offer is going to end on 10th of July. So offer is valid till 10th of July. So hurry up and grab up the opportunity. My friends, this was a small marathon session of 3 to 4 hours on the students who are initiating their preparation. Okay. So with this, I will stop my words for the day. Very soon will be coming a small marathon session again on vivid aspects of modern Indian history as well. So give me the permission. I'll stop my words for the day. Thank you and have a very nice day. Bye-bye everyone. Jai Hind. And hope so the points were clear about medieval Indian history. Hope so the session was a bit interesting. And you can download the PDF of this session as I've told you from my Telegram channel, history_Alok Ojha. Clear? Okay. Thanks a lot, Simmi ji.